Mayor Charbonneau, it is 6:30 and all council members are in attendance. You may begin.
Thank you, Deb. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order this committee of the whole meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores and welcome all those who are watching us by the live stream this evening and welcome all members of the committee. The second item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Asking a member if you have one of those you'd like to declare. Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. We have no additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda. We do have one open forum request, and it's from Lynn Tatey, and actually doesn't say what Lynn is here to speak to us about. Deb, what is Lynn here to speak to us about?
Good evening. Can you hear me, Council?
Okay, the declaration of surplus land. All right, yeah, we hear you, Ms. Tatey. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I want to clarify. I did write each of you last week when I found out that the land indeed had not been declared surplus prior to your lease signing. And I have to explain that where we live, we do not have fiber optics. We are on copper line. And up until, I guess, just very recently, I have not been able to search the website back in 2019. I knew that this was never going to come to pass because a 50-year lease would require the land being declared surplus. I was feeling pretty confident that this wouldn't happen because no council would do that, would declare a prime beachfront land surplus. So when it happened in the 19th of December 2019 that the discussions had gone forward to signing a 50-year lease despite all the public backlash to not doing such a thing. I just thought it was a done deal. I thought it had already been declared surplus and that it was going through, and that's what had happened. Any kind of attempts I'd made to do any searches, it did not work at that time to search back on public record and do that with your website. So I've been pretty silent about this except for like asking for, considerations about the heights and the location and, involving people that are maybe neighbors that could give some input, the hours of operation, and really it was much shock to me as it seems it was a shock to some councillors. Now this is quite a surprise to me because something that is a bylaw in the books would be something that would be a known commodity, that there's a bylaw in the books that does not allow you to sign a lease for over 20 years. So under 21, but over 21 requires the land to be declared surplus. And really, the land to be declared surplus, the whole bylaw is really about selling of the land. So selling of the land or declaring the land surplus for a lease over 21 years is actually something that was on the book and had not been rescinded. And at the time, there would be lawyers involved and they would have searched the bylaws to ensure that they could. And the same with the proponent. They would have had searched bylaws to make sure they could actually sign a lease that was more than 20 years. And they were actually not asked for a lease proposal of over 20 years. 10 to 20 years is what they were actually asked for. So it was quite a surprise to find out that actually this still stays in the books. So my point is, and I want this to make this clear, you can sign a lease for as long as you think that you
3
can
minutes,
do
Ms.
so.
Tatey, if you can conclude now, please.
Yes, I will. But to sign and declare this land surplus is a grave error. The error's already been made for the 50-year lease. Don't make a second error. There's other alternatives, and one of them could be to discard this bylaw, but to declare the land surplus is a decision outside of that, and you must take this very, very responsibly. It is not just a matter of housekeeping.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Tatey, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're moving on to delegations, and we have 3 delegations this evening. And before we get into the delegations, I just want to remind all the delegations that we do have 10 minutes allocated for our delegations. And tonight, council is a very, very heavy agenda. So I'm going to, when the 10-minute mark is reached, I will chime in if it's reached and ask you to wrap up. So I appreciate you sticking to those timelines. So that moves to our first delegation. It's from Jeff Horseman with the Breakers swim team, and he's here to talk to us about the Aquatics and Wellness Center. Mr. Horseman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. I believe Morgan's going to share my presentation. Good evening, Mayor Charbonneau and councillors. My name's Jeff Horseman, and I'm currently the president of Breakers swim team, as well as one of the assistant coaches. On behalf of Breakers, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to address council on what Breakers swim team would request council to consider as our most important items to be addressed in the planned Saugeen Shores Aquatic and Wellness Center. Next slide, please. The Breakers swim team is a competitive swim club looking forward to celebrating its 50th year anniversary in 2024. Our team is a not-for-profit competitive swim team dedicated to developing competitive swimmers of all ages in Saugeen Shores and surrounding area under the umbrella of Swimming Canada and Swim Ontario. Our coaches and board of directors are completely volunteer. Breakers swim team was formed in 1974 and swam our first season in Lake Huron off the breakwall. And from the lake, we moved to our current home, Centennial Pool, and have been renting the pool annually since its opening in 1975. We believe that we are the only private user group who started this partnership with the town on day one and is still here today. Although we are viewed as an external stakeholder, our belief is that we are a partner with the town of Saugeen Shores and treat our building as our home. Breakers rents the pool each year from September through June for approximately 18 hours a week. Plus, we host 2 to 3 swim competitions annually. This generates an annual revenue of approximately $50,000 from our normal weekly rentals, plus additional revenue from the swim competitions. Of the current private user groups, we believe Breakers is the largest renter of pool time in the aquatic facility. We have built a strong partnership over this time, and we feel that we can be of assistance in the overall positive outcome of a new aquatic facility. Next slide. Breakers swim team does not measure the success of our athletes by the number of times we put a swimmer on a podium in a provincial or international competition, but rather focus on how competitive swimming can build and shape our youth into successful adults. That said, over the last several years, we have improved our coaching staff and our relationship with other aquatic athletic groups such as Saugeen Shores Life Saving Club, Masters Swimming, and the local triathletes. The success of aquatics in Saugeen Shores cannot go unnoticed. In the 2021-22 swim season, Breakers swimmers broke in excess of 35 club records, the bulk majority of those records being broken by one swimmer who finished the season ranked as high as 10th in the province. However, we also have 3 swimmers that are going on to post-secondary school this year and will be swimming in varsity. Currently, there are 2 local triathletes training with Breakers who are both nationally ranked, and our relationship with SSLC means that several of their athletes are training with our team. The success of SSLC athletes training with Breakers has helped put more athletes on international life-saving teams in recent years. Of the 3 athletes that competed in Italy in September, 2 of them trained full-time with Breakers. In addition, of the 4 athletes that were named to Team Canada in 2019 to compete in England, 2 of them also trained full-time with Breakers. Breakers swim team current membership of youth and master swimmers is at capacity for the current facility. Without the expansion of pool time, which would negatively affect normal swimming lessons, our club can no longer expand its membership, and we currently function at full lane capacity. We envision significant growth in our club membership with a new pool. Next slide. We understand that the original recommendation for a new aquatic facility is to have a 6-lane by 25-meter tank plus an additional wading therapy tank. Breakers believes that such an aquatic facility is building for current day requirements and possibly even for what was required a few years ago. We request that the town consider building for the future as the goal. Assuming that the average lifespan of an aquatic facility is 30 to 40 years, and we expect to open this facility in approximately 2025, we need to consider building for the facility for the community needs in the future. Based on current population projections of 20,000 people by 2030, we should be focusing our needs on 2030 and beyond, not the current day. The ideal aquatic facility in a community that is growing in size and expecting further growth should be a minimum of 8 lanes by 25-meter tank with a secondary tank that is built for wading and therapy. The support for an 8-lane tank is largely about enabling dual-use programming during prime times and the ability to host larger and higher-level competitions. Prime times can be viewed as the hours during the week where there are multiple demands and requests for pool programming. In Saugeen Shores, currently these key times are before school, 6 to 8 a.m., and after school from 4 to 6 p.m. Currently, town-run swimming lessons and breakers are at capacity. A 6-lane pool does not fundamentally change the ability to dual program when compared to its current 5-lane pool. Pool sharing is almost impossible, and a 6-lane pool will not solve or change the current problems with our capacity. Granted, an 8-lane pool requires a new and an updated operational plan. This can be accomplished by planning now for the future build and preparing our staff to be ready for the new facility. Breakers will also require a new business plan, and we expect that as a partner with the town, both organizations can work together to ensure that both of us can function properly in the future. Next slide. In addition to the size of the pool itself, Breakers swim team would ask for an elevated seating area for at least 200 people down the length of the 25 meters. This is in direct consideration of parents watching their children's swimming lessons and permitting spectators at swim competitions. The preferred elevated seating would come out over a portion of the pool deck and would not be trapped behind glass or other obstructions. We recommend that something similar to the East Bayshore Community Center in Barrie, the Victor Davis Pool in Guelph, or the Pan Am Center in Markham. Each of those are shown on that slide. Next slide, please. Starting blocks should be permanently installed into the pool deck. Removable blocks invariably find that their anchor points deteriorate over time and generally need repair and replacement on a much more frequent basis. These blocks need to be FINA approved blocks, which include all the requirements of swimmer adjustment, angled back ledge, and back start ledges. Electronic timing system in a new build pool is a must. Any facility with a competition tank or a swim team will not continue with manual timing. Manual timing is unreliable and outdated, and this facility must be built with an electronic system. There are different types of systems available and consideration given to the benefits and limitations of each. The scoreboard or the display board can range from a simpler board only capable of displaying the time results to a video board capable of programming advertising. The latter of the two options can benefit both Breakers swim team and the town. When not in use at a competition, a video board could advertise upcoming events, swimming lesson registration, and other revenue generating messages. If the town does not see the benefit to an electronic system, Breakers swim team will commit to fundraising to have it included in the build. Breakers cannot function any longer with manual timing. The decision of who owns the system and pays for the system can be decided as this project progresses, but it is a must in any new build. Next slide. There are many different pool builds. However, the most current standard is an infinity design. Although it's not mandatory in a competition pool, there are several benefits to competitive swimmers. An infinity pool reduces waves and allows for faster swimming. For competition purposes, the addition of water should come from the bottom of the tank and not jets on the tank walls. The older jets type system produces a currents within the pool, which can cause an unfair advantage to the swimmers based on what lanes they are assigned to when they race. FINA approved pools for international competitions now must have a fill from bottom system where filtration and the addition of water to the tank does not cause any currents to advantage or disadvantage any swimmer. Meeting rooms. Access to a meeting room or classroom off the deck is ideal. Such a room would likely be somewhere around 200 to 400 square feet and again would be accessible from a lockable door from the deck and another portion of the facility. Equipment storage. This could be a mix of swim team equipment and general pool equipment, or alternatively, there could be two rooms, one slightly smaller that could store Breakers swim team equipment such as the electronic touch pads and other specific competition equipment. Deck space. This is a key for us and a key to keep in mind. Deck space is a significant consideration to a new facility. Ideally, a pool has at least 5 meters of open deck space at both ends and 3 to 4 meters down each side. I'm urging you to not underestimate the deck space required. Breakers office. Currently, we do have a Breakers office in our current facility and would like to maintain an office in this facility. We would request some improvements and we'd be willing to entertain discussions regarding an annual an annual fee if required. We had asked that we look somewhere between 80 to 120 square foot office with a lockable entrance off the pool deck and from either the main or secondary hallway. And the pool deck entrance would have a large window allowing for viewing from our coaches out onto the pool deck. Next slide.
So we have passed over 10 minutes there, Jeff. So I wonder, would it be all right if council has your presentation, has read it? Maybe we could just go to questions or comments now, and there may be some of those. We are going to be discussing this later on in our agenda, as you know. But if there's any questions that members have for clarification at this point.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask for one more quick question. We do have a specific request in here in that council considers that breakers as a stakeholder, a significant stakeholder, and would ask for consideration within the design complex portion design of the build that we be included as a key stakeholder in that.
Well, I'm certain that we can accommodate that. Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. And thank you, Jeff, for the comprehensive and very informative presentation. I just have one question about the permanent starting blocks. I'm not familiar with swimming tournaments, but I'm assuming they would not interfere with non-competitive swimmers' use of the pool.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Grace. Most competition pools in the province have permanent mounted swimming blocks now. They do understand the need for them. The pools that we are seeing or that we're talking about with removable do find that they break down and they tend to need replaced. Most pools do have an operational plan to deal with swimming blocks. The only barrier that there could be, depending on design, that we foresee is depending on any diving platforms or any springboard platforms that may be added to the facility that would need to take into account the layout of those would need to take into account how they'd be situated over the starting blocks. It can be done, but that just needs to have some work done on how to make sure that they don't interfere.
The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Jeff, for your presentation. And I think that having the breaker swim team part of the as one of the key stakeholders in the design features, I think is really a great idea. And you know, there are two groups in town. The breaker swim team and the Saugeen Shores Life Saving Club, I think, are two extremely important organizations. We speak about the fabric of our community, and from a pool perspective, they're two very important groups, Jeff, in my view. And we must do everything, again, in my view, to ensure that, you know, we design this in such a way that we accommodate not only your group, Life Saving Club, but the general public. Obviously, you know, I mean, it's important that it's going to be a shared use pool. And I guess one of the questions I have, Mr. Mayor, to you, Jeff. You know, if this council decided to go with an 8-lane pool, and I understand the reasoning, rationale behind that makes a lot of sense, and big competitions and just putting more people in the pool. And one of the things I've heard about early morning swims, you know, a brand new facility, we may see a lot more interest in people wanting to use the pool from 6:30 to 8 in the morning for lane swimming. If the decision was to go with 8 lanes, Jeff. Can there, in your mind, other pools around the province, is there shared use potential in your mind? The breakers, I would think, have you always had exclusive use of your early morning practices? And can there be a mix if there's 8 lanes, 6 lanes with the breakers and 2 lanes for community swim? So that the balanced approach with usage. The public gets to use it in addition to breakers. So do you see that, Jeff, around the province with mixed use?
Through the mayor to Vice Deputy Mayor, certainly we fully expect it. We as breakers recognize that on most mornings we do have exclusive use during that time period. We do recognize that does diminish the ability of lane swim for our adults early in the morning. It's one of the things that we do see when we talk to some of the other communities that have 8-lane pools. And I'll use Owen Sound as an example. The Owen Sound Aquatics Swim Club has 6 lanes when they practice in the morning, in the early morning, and there's 2 lanes open for lane swim. It's quite possible that that could be programmed between us. And as I suggested, Breakers wants to be a partner in this with the town. We don't want to be looked at as just a swim team that's renting the facility. We want a partnership. So.
I think that's you're to be commended for that, and I think you're not coming here with looking for a handout. That I heard you're willing to fundraise, you're willing to contribute towards office space rental. You add $75,000 a year to our bottom line revenues, and so I mean it's a very the Breakers swim team is a great name in town, Jeff, and I think having you as part of the stakeholder group is really important. You talk about that infinity pool. I get it. I read that in your report. And when you get into the competition and setting, it's important that the one word in there is pretty critical. So I think having you part of this key stakeholder group is important. So thanks for all you do for our community, and you have a great reputation, the Breakers and the Life Saving Club, and we need to protect those 2 groups. Thanks, Jeff.
Great, thank you. Further questions or comments? I don't see any. Well, thanks very much, Jeff. And I think 2 things. We can certainly take you up on on your offer to partner with us on designing the facility, and I'm sure our staff will. I'm sure they're constantly in contact with you already, and I'm sure that they'll stay in contact with you on that. And we're also your suggestion of potentially fundraising for certain elements of the facility, I think, is something that I think makes sense. I mean, the municipality is going to construct this facility, but some of those add-on elements like a digital scoreboard and other things, or timing clock, these things are things that potentially could be fundraised for, and we'd be eager to work with Breakers on that, I know. So thanks for taking the time to come in this evening and speak to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so that moves on to our second delegation, which is from Laura Cranenberg, and she's here to talk to us about Saugeen Shores Minor Baseball Association. And there she is. Laura, the floor is yours.
Hi, council and staff. It's nice to see everybody again. We can throw up my slideshow. That would be great. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Laura Cranenberg. I'm the president of Saugeen Shores Minor Baseball Association. And I just wanted to have a quick presentation to you guys about kind of where we're at with minor baseball and what we're envisioning for the future with Lamont Sports Park. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. So this year was a pretty big year for us. We had 397 athletes registered to play, which was our biggest year in known history. And further to that, half of our athletes are actually softball players, girls softball players, and half of them are baseball players. That's also a banner for us. We've never had this many girls in our program before, so we're very excited about that. We had 11 softball teams and 12 baseball teams, plus 77 junior rookies and 43 intermediate rookies. So it was a pretty big year. And we know that our growth has been steady and we're going to continue to grow. So you can go to the next slide, please. We not only had a banner year for number of athletes, but often what comes with that is a lot of success. So this year we actually, as you know, our 2022 U11 PWSA girls were gold medal champions this year, which was very exciting. And our 2022 9U OBA kids were silver medalists at the OBA finals. And our 11U OBAs were semifinalists. So it was really a very successful year for us. After COVID, we kind of decided to go crazy, maybe is the right word. We hosted 5 weekend tournaments for 8 different divisions, and they were all very successful tournaments. It was a lot of work, and having tournaments that are at 4 and 5 different locations is logistically quite difficult. Just finding enough volunteers to have a body at every diamond is very difficult to do. So we're very much looking forward to Lamont Sports Park being open and we can host our tournaments there. Go to the next slide, please. So Lamont Sports Park really is our field of dreams. Is where we're envisioning our future as SSMBA and our tournaments. So we actually just launched our tournament schedule yesterday for 2023. And not only does that allow us to give an opportunity to our own teams, but allows us to fundraise. And actually that money is earmarked for Lamont Sports Park as our partnership commitment to the town. So having it at Lamont Sports Park allows us to do a lot more. And having a state-of-the-art facility brings the draw of bigger teams and better teams, and helps us logistically have a really good tournament. So we also envision it as a development center for our athletes with new ball diamonds and batting cages and that kind of thing. It's really going to become a new great facility that we can grow our athletes at. It's also going to provide regional opportunities for baseball. So we expect to see other centers wanting to come here and work with us and use our facility and host tournaments with us. So we're expecting it to be a regional draw. And the hardball diamond, so I think that's our next phase of Lamont Sports Park. The hardball diamond will really be a huge benefit to us having a diamond that our kids can grow into. So in the last couple of years, we've had bantam midget teams, and they have to use the portable mound at Beaner 1. And that's a little bit problematic and it's falling apart and it's been difficult. So having that hardball diamond will be really beneficial. The only thing that I wanted to talk to council about separately from just thanking you guys for investing in Lamont Sports Park for SSMBA was that hardball diamond. And because it's not likely to be open until 2025, we are in a bit of a situation at Beaner 1 with our current mound. It's falling apart, and it's quite difficult. And I think Rob Snyder, your staff, would be the first to say that it could probably use an upgrade, and it's a lot of work for them to get that mound in all the time. So our proposal, which I sent earlier today to recreation staff, we would ask council to take a look at the cost and opportunity to put in a permanent mound at Beaner 1 for the interim to get us through to 2025. So we're willing to find volunteers to help and build that, whatever is required, but we would like council and staff to look at that as a potential opportunity. Go to the next slide, please. So that's it. I'm quick today, so I'm open to any questions you have. And really, SSMBA just wants to thank you so much for the planning and support you've shown from youth sports and minor baseball with Lamont Sports Park. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll see if there's questions or comments from members. We'll get the deputy mayor and then the vice deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, Laura, congratulations on such a successful year, having that many kids in the program. It's fantastic. I know your tournaments, I'd be playing golf on a Sunday morning and there's nothing better than hearing a ball diamond full of kids screaming every time a ball is hit or played. As for your ask, I'm sure council will look at it. Director Schreider will prepare a report for us. And I think that's something, we will definitely look at, as we know it'll take 2 years to get the new hardball diamond going. So thank you for all you do. I look forward to the upcoming season. When is your first tournament scheduled for?
June 2nd to the 4th.
Awesome. I hear there's a big move to move tournaments a little earlier in the year, but June 2nd will be good. I hope you let council know that so we can go and see there and see the kids, and the mayor may even go out and throw out the first pitch. Who knows?
Sounds great.
That would be a terrible idea. All right. The vice deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Laura, thanks so much. I know being president of a large association that next year will have over 400 kids playing is not an easy job. And I just want to thank you so much for all your volunteer work. I see at the parks a lot, and your efforts don't go unnoticed, that's for sure. So thank you. And your idea about the pitching mound, I think, is a great idea. Those 2 minor ball diamonds will not be played on at Lamont Sports Park probably to the spring of 2025. So you get 2 full seasons to play on at Beaner. That portable pitching mound is very labor intensive. It's falling apart, and for a bit of clay, I know minor baseball would build it. I hope Schreids, she's listening here tonight, and I hope that's a no-brainer. Let's get that mound built at Beaner, because men's slow pitch will not be playing on that diamond next year. And that's one of the reasons why the pitching mound doesn't work, because men's slow pitch would be, it's a hazard, a liability. So I think for very little cost, there's clay coming in next year for the 2 new ball diamonds. Maybe they can just drop a little load of clay off it to be here at the same time. So, Laura, the question I have about the tournaments, I do hear from a fair number of people about the cost of hotels in this community. $300-400 a night, and putting tournaments into shoulder seasons, May, June. Is that something that minor ball is seriously considering, to move the tournaments earlier rather than move them out of July and August as much as you can?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly what we've done this year. So what we've done, actually, we've tagged our tournaments back to back to back. So the 2nd to the 4th and the weekend after and the weekend following, ending up with June 16th to 18th. So those are our 3 scheduled tournaments currently. Last year, we also picked up an ISA tournament, so a girls house league softball tournament, and we hosted the OBA finals. Those are still options for us. We haven't decided on those ones. Those ones kind of come up later in the year. Those ones often are midsummer because they're championship ones, so they end up being later in the season, and hotels are difficult at that point. But that's why we put our 3 typical tournaments in June to get away from the summer season.
Well, thanks. More tournaments, the better, Laura. The economic spin-offs that they bring into our community. We've got this beautiful complex that we're building. That's one of the things that's great about it. It's going to create a lot of economic spin-offs for our community. So bring those tournaments in, and thanks again for all the great work you do.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions or comments from members? Well, thank you, Lauren. I'll just echo the comments. Appreciate all the work that you do and all the volunteers who make Saugeen Shores Minor Baseball possible. It takes a lot of time and effort to put together an organization like that, all by volunteers, and you put on and you make some great experiences for young people in our community, which is critical stuff. So thank you for all that you do. And I know your request will be, I'm sure, included with our budget considerations later in the year. And yeah, thanks very much. And thanks for coming in this evening. We appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay, so one more delegation here, and that is from Patricia Corrigan Frank, and she's here to speak to us about the Cedar Crescent Village. So is Ms. Frank on the line? There she is, Ms. Frank. The floor is yours.
There we go. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors, and thank you for letting me speak with you this evening. Next, in the summer of 2019, the town conducted a survey of residents regarding their top priorities regarding the Port Elgin waterfront. Next. 2 years later, in April 2021, the Port Elgin Beach Preservers conducted a second survey. Less than 20% of the 1,876 responded wanted a large event hall, as was said in the summary from the town survey. Next. Why, despite the results of both surveys, did council enter into a lease agreement for the Cedar Crescent Village, which included a large 250-person event hall, which would encompass a large portion of the site? Next. On November 21st, 2021, the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority deemed the application for the CCV as incomplete, as a dynamic beach hazard assessment had not been submitted as requested. Later that same day, Saugeen Shores Council approved a design plan that moved the CCV site back to the original one out of the SVCA regulatory area. Next. The 2000 Ministry of Natural Resources recommends that Port Elgin dynamic beaches such as Port Elgin be left in their natural state. Next. In his peer review of Shoreline Engineers Coastal Engineering Report, geoscientist Peter Zuzak stated that, in his opinion, there was no scientific evidence to eliminate the 30-meter dynamic beach allowance. He discouraged building in the floodplain and expressed concern that flood-proofing measures could have a negative impact on neighboring properties. Next. After the site location was moved in November 2021, a dynamic beach hazard assessment was submitted. The SVCA engaged highly respected Dr. Mary Louise Burney, professor and chair of the Geography and Environmental Studies Department at Wilfrid Laurier, to review it. She concluded, quote, "It didn't matter if the CCV was on the original site or the new site. It was nearly all dynamic beach as it fell in the area within the 30-meter setback from the 100-year floodline." Next. Why had the concerns of these two experts regarding the dynamic beach not been heeded? In July 2022, the SPCA agreed that the CCV buildings were now outside their regulatory area and also allowed the standard 30-meter buffer zone to be reduced to 15 meters. There was no explanation given as to why this was allowed. Proponent was told there wasn't even room to add a retaining wall on the west side of the development without encroaching on SPCA territory and thus requiring an approved permit. Next. We have read the OS1 permitted uses. Special provisions select section 21.4.1 outlines additional uses for the OS1 zoning area. Why don't we see listed here an amusement game establishment, an assembly hall, an outdoor patio, or shopping center? Next. All of these structures and their definitions are listed in the reference section of the Comprehensive Zoning Bylaws 75-2006. Next, a shopping center is not one of the permitted uses in an OS1 area, and yet judging by the definition in the reference section, isn't that exactly what the CCB is? A group of non-residential uses, predominantly retail, commercial in nature, and designed, developed, and managed as a unit by a single owner or tenant or group of owners or tenants. Next. My point is, bylaw 24.11 provision should have been amended prior to publishing the RFP in order to more accurately identify the permitted uses of the site. Maybe other proposals would have been submitted. Currently, there is no bylaw in place that would prevent a future council from allowing commercial ventures, not just at this site, but all along the Port Elgin Beach from the Izzard turn to the North Shore Road or in the OS1 zone off Island Street in Southampton. Next. The permit to take water from the Ministry of the Environment is necessary to ensure a safe construction site in locations where the water table is high, as it is at the CCV site. This is a Category 3 permit, meaning that water takings are anticipated to have the highest potential of causing unacceptable environmental impact or interference. Just this week, I heard from Vinnie Trividi at the MOECP, and she stated the permit is still under review, and the director of the permit to take water unit will take whatever steps necessary to address concerns. Next. Published on the ministry website on February 5th, 2022, the public had 6 weeks to comment on the application for the permit to take water. Copies were sent to the town, the SVCA, and Bruce County. Didn't the town have a responsibility to ensure this was shared with the public? Next. The chief building official, Josh Plan, stated that a full building permit application had been submitted at the end of August for the north section of the CCV development. Next. Did the Ministry of the Environment give permission to the town to split the proposed site into 2 sections in order to obtain a building permit? Is it a sound idea to go ahead with the building permit before you know if you have the Category 3 permit to take water? Next. At the September 26th meeting, council approved the intention to pass a bylaw to confirm a declaration of surplus of the site lands and the 50-year lease with the CCB. The question remains, why is the town going through the process of passing a bylaw now to declare this land surplus? My understanding is that in bylaw 2899, passed March 15th, 1999, required that public land be declared surplus when entering into a lease over 21 years. The Municipal Act was amended in 2001, deleting this clause requiring a bylaw to declare land surplus of over 21 years, and municipalities were encouraged to write their own policies for declaring land surplus and for disposition of public lands. Saugeen Shores did not write a new policy or amend this bylaw that has stayed in effect and is still in effect to this date. Bylaw 2899 was in effect in 2019 when the RFP was posted and was in effect when the lease was signed. Bylaw 2899 states, shall apply to the sale of real property by the corporation of the town of Saugeen Shores, including a lease of 21 years or longer. That prior to the disposal of property, the council shall by resolution declare the property to be declared surplus. Next. When asked if the site would need to be appraised for fair market value, CAO Van Mierle explained, there is no need to have the site appraised. There's no transfer of land. The town will continue to own the land. Next, were the creators of the RFP aware of bylaw 2899 when the lease terms in the RFP were proposed as a minimum 10-year lease with optional 10-year extensions? In the approved lease of December 16th, 2019, the term of 50 years had been included in the agreement. Was the staff or council aware that the lease was in contravention of bylaw 2899? I saw nowhere in the lease did it ever state that this land was going to be declared surplus, and I've read it through way too many times. Next. The town and council have had 21 years to write a new bylaw regarding the disposition of land, but they have not. In my humble opinion, bylaw 2899 could and should have been amended or rewritten before posting the RFP proposal in February 2019, before signing the memorandum of understanding in June 2019, or before signing the lease in December of 2019, and before signing the site works and servicing agreement in June 2022. Next. In the staff report from acting clerk and approved by CAO Van Mierle from September 26, it states that on December 16, 2019, the land lease with CCB was provided to council and the public, and the report included the next steps to declare the property surplus to support entering into a lease that extends beyond 21 years. Further notice was provided on December 23rd, 2019 and January 13th, 2020. First, I can find no record of any meeting which took place on December 23rd, 2019. I rewatched the December 16th, 2019 and January 13th meetings, read the agendas and the minutes for those meetings, and I can find no mention of declaring the land surplus in order to confirm the lease. Since July 22nd, 2019, the date that CCB was first shared with the public, I have neither read or heard any mention of declaring the land surplus until 2 weeks ago on September 26th, when in the report summary, it stated that, quote, the town was required to declare the land surplus in order to confirm the 50-year lease. Isn't this closing the barn door after the horse is out? To retroactively go back and declare the land surplus now just doesn't seem ethical or procedurally correct. This is not a simple housekeeping matter. I'm not sure who mishandled this, but at this late date, it is only fitting that proper procedures should be followed. This bylaw should not be passed this evening. 2, a new bylaw regarding the sale and disposition of land should be written and passed at an upcoming council meeting. And 3, council should confirm and register the lease with the new bylaw in place. In summary, council proceeded to sign the lease prior to receiving SBCA approval of the site, which resulted in an extensive redesign of the site plan. Council approved the site works and servicing agreement prior to receiving a permit to take water, and the permit has yet to be granted and is not a foregone conclusion. The permit could be denied or strict mitigating measures could be imposed. Once council has written and approved the new bylaw, then council can proceed to register the lease with all approvals in place. And I think I managed to outdo you in speaking fast, Mayor Charbonneau. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? I don't see any, so thank you very much, Mrs. Frank, and have a good evening.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now we're moving on in the agenda to, sorry, let me get back on track here, to infrastructure and development. And we have a planning application there, Z22-048 by Natalie Walker, the northwest corner of Bruce Road 3 and the Dole Side Road. And we have our planner, Ms. Mugabe, here to give us a presentation. Ms. Mugabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Charbonneau. Good evening, committee. Just need a second to load up the presentation. Yes, so we received a zoning bylaw amendment application. The applicant is Natalie Walker. Their agent is Coastal Planning Consultants. The subject land is situated at the northwest intersection of Bruce Road 3 and Dole Side Road in the township of Saugeen. This is a vacant property. It's approximately 37 hectares in size and has 327 meters of frontage along Bruce Road 3. The purpose of this application is to change the open space special zone to an agricultural special zone and an environmental protection zone. The special provision would limit permitted uses to a single detached dwelling, including accessory buildings and structures, 3 medium frame horses for pleasure riding, a horse barn and paddock. The balance of the lands will be used for grazing. This is a recommendation report. The statutory public meeting was held on July 18 this year. At the time, planning staff advised that we would consult with the applicant to discuss the comments that we had received from the Conservation Authority in relation to the environmental features that are on the site. Committee did not express any concerns during the public meeting, and to date, we have not received any comments from members of the public. The application was circulated to the departments and the agencies. We received no objections from the town of Saugeen Shores, from Historic Saugeen Métis. The Conservation Authority has commented that a permit will be required prior to construction and site alteration. They've advised that the current zoning, which is the open space zoning, protects the natural hazard, watercourse, and wetland features that are within the woodland areas. The proposed development will be located outside of these environmental features. Therefore, an environmental impact study is not required for this proposal. As part of this rezoning process, the Conservation Authority has recommended that an environmental protection zone be placed on areas affected by the environmental features to ensure that any further development in the future will not affect the features. Alternatively, there should be a holding provision requiring an environmental impact study prior to further development. The applicant is required to contact the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks about addressing the endangered species and threatened species policy of the provincial policy statement. Just as a recap, this is a zoning bylaw amendment application to change the open space zone to an agricultural special zone and an environmental protection zone. The special provision would limit permitted uses to a single detached dwelling, including accessory buildings and structures, 3 medium frame horses for pleasure riding, a horse barn and a paddock. The balance of the lands will be used for grazing. This application is consistent with the provincial policy statement. It meets the intent and purposes of the county official plan. It represents good land use planning, and planning staff is supportive of this application. The recommendation is approval of this zoning application. That concludes my presentation. I'll take questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a recommendation and I'll read it. It's recommended that committee approve zoning bylaw amendment Z 2022-048 for the site described as Saugeen Concession Part Lot 13, reference plan 3R7204, Part 1, Township of Saugeen, and that the necessary bylaw be forwarded to council tonight for adoption. Are there questions or comments from members? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Barbara, thank you for the work you did on this. I've looked at this piece of property. It's a great piece of property, and the Ms. Walker and the plans that she has, I think will do justice to this land. The land along County Road 3 is going to remain as grazing land, which is great, and to see the horses in there goes along with the agricultural use of the area. So I will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Further comments to this one or questions? I don't see any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Ms. McGavi. All right, so now we are on to, communications and petitions for committee of the whole information. 6 items there. Any comments to any of those? Councilor Mayan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I would just like to direct people's attention. And I know most of council have already likely read the annual report and the police strategic plan, but just to speak to those just for a moment. Of course, the annual report reflects the conditions that we had in 2021, and the 3-year plan as 2023, 24, and 25 looking forward. So there was a lot of work went into those. The chief did a great job with the annual report, kept encapsulating much of what was in the previous business plan, and I think we are in good shape going forward. And I encourage you to have any questions about those. I would be pleased to answer them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to the board for your work on that. Are there other comments? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I'd like to comment on number 5, the Bruce Power support of local school plans. The letter that you wrote, Mr. Mayor, to the Minister of Education was supported by Bruce Power. I think this is fantastic. With the growth that they're having, they're supporting our request for a new build in Saugeen Shore. So I look forward to following your progress in it as we go along.
Yeah, thank you. And I can say that the letter did, Mr. Rencheck's letter did attract some attention at the province. Are there further comments? Councilor Grace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to go back to add a comment about the police report. And just talk for a minute about the benevolence fund, which is partnership between the police force and Southampton Rotary that was rejuvenated as an outgrowth of the Attainable Housing Task Force and has grown to include churches and other community organizations. The purpose of this fund is to allow police to provide emergency accommodation for those in need, as well as personal hygiene, clothing, and hot meals. So this is just one example of the good work of our police services that often goes unnoticed and unknown.
Yes, thank you for that. Further comments? I just wanted to, I'm not sure if the Director of Community Services and Operations is on. There she is. I just, this item 3, the letter from Aqua, factors currently affecting business. So they're drawing our attention to some concerns about supply chains, about chemicals and other things that are critical to the operation of the water treatment plants, and also price increases, alerting us to their exposure that in that way. And I won't get into that part of it here tonight, but I do wonder in your conversations with Aqua, I mean, it's concerning and probably something council should at least poke its nose into at a high level. I'm just trying to read between the lines here and I can't quite tell. Are they concerned that they may not at some point be able to access critical chemicals for operating the water treatment system? Or is it just a price consideration? They can access them, but they're getting more expensive. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We reached out to our local manager, Dan, and he was very helpful. So they're not experiencing any issues with chemical supply at this time. The other thing that they're doing is they're being very proactive to make sure that they stock up on the supplies that we need. So there's no issue on that end currently right now. Where they're seeing is normal stocked items, which is what we're seeing and probably everybody else around as well. So lead times for certain things. So for example, this year we had a project to replace membranes. Usually the supply for those would come within 4 weeks or 6 weeks. And now it's getting on to 45 weeks for the lead time for those types of items. So there's nothing that's alarming at this point right now, but we are in conversation with them.
Thank you. I would just say that I know that you'll monitor this situation along with Aqua, and if it rises to the level, one thing I read in here with interest is that Aqua is in competition with, example, the pool industry for some of these chemicals and some of this equipment. If it reaches the point of criticality or looks like it's going to, I think we should be engaged to push the province to essentially elbow the pool industry out and prioritize those supplies for water treatment. Pools are nice, but they're not essential. The water treatment system is essential. And so the province and anybody else should be engaged to ensure potentially through legislation that those products are made available for water treatment. So please keep us in the loop on that. And if a political intervention is required, I know council will make one.
Thank you.
Are there further comments, Councilor Davinsky?
Yes, I had that one marked as well, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. The Aqua information for clients. Can we bring Aqua officials in to address or reassure council and more importantly, the residents on the issues that are faced by them? By then a new council will be in place and it might be a good learning experience for them as well. Can I get a comment through to the CAO, Kara?
Yeah, we'll turn to the CAO.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we have Aqua scheduled to come in. I'm sorry, I don't know the exact date, but it's either November 28th or December 12th to give an overview to council.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear.
Very good. They're way ahead of you. Are there further questions about any of these items of communication? I don't see any, so we'll move on then to reports of the department heads. 4 reports there. The first one is an information report on the Beach Ambassador Program for 2022. We got the chief building official.
Good evening. This information report is wrapping up the Beach Ambassador Program for 2022. The point of the Beach Ambassador project was to have an officer on the beaches during the summer, during the weekends, to educate the public on the bylaws that are required on the beaches. This year, we staffed it through a part-time bylaw officer, and it seemed to be very successful. I will say that this is the last year for the funding for the Beach Ambassador Program. It was funded through the COVID-19 relief funding. So any further patrols of the beaches on the weekends will have to be explored through the 2023 budget.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments? We'll get Councilor Davinsky and then Councilor Grace.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. This Beach Ambassador Program, I read the report and thank you for that, Josh. I hope we can see our way clear to continue this program in the years ahead. Judging from the numbers, it appeared to be an effective tool and was didn't appear to be an adversarial tool either. So people leaving with a good feeling, knowing the new rules. I hope we can continue it and look forward to it being discussed at the 2023 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Josh, for the report. You indicated that the programs seem to be pretty effective. Do you have any comparative statistics or are you making your judgment about its effectiveness based on any comparison to previous years? And also, I'm wondering of the 147 warnings, which infractions were most prevalent?
Yeah, I'll start with the most prevalent. I would say dogs on the beach were the main one. And then in descending order, it would be alcohol on the beach. And then barbecues and tents were the last. So we kind of formed it as an educational tool. So we did not lay a lot of fines. Mostly the fines would be in parking tickets. And the number, as for the numbers compared to last year's, they're pretty close to the same amount of warnings, but I don't have any improvement in the numbers. They probably average about the same.
Okay, thank you. That's consistent with of the complaints that I get about the beaches, dogs running loose on the beaches. The number one type of complaint I get about that.
Okay, further comments about this one? I just have a comment. I think before we think about coming up with our own money to fund this program, we should talk to the Saugeen Shores Police Service. I mean, this year, the police service is probably going to run close to $5 million. We're spending a fair bit of money on police enforcement in the town of Saugeen Shores. I think we can get the beaches patrolled by our $5 million police service. And we could probably get a stepped up approach to bylaw, town of Saugeen Shores bylaw enforcement. We get blitzes for traffic from the police service. We get blitzes on drugs. We get blitzes on all sorts of things. I'm not sure why we wouldn't get the same kind of blitzes for enforcement of our bylaws. So I think we should have that conversation with the police service. I'm not really interested in spending. We already have a bylaw enforcement officer in addition to the police service, and we have a $5 million police service. We're spending lots on law enforcement, and we should be getting our bylaws enforced. So I think we need to have that conversation with Saugeen Shores Police Service before we spend any more money on this next year. We should be enforcing these bylaws on the beaches more than we are, and the police service is the one that should be doing it. So we'll have that conversation going forward. Anything further? Okay. So we'll move on then to the information report on the municipal service delivery review implementation update for Q3 and the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Recognizing tonight's agenda, I'm going to move pretty quickly through this, but in 2021, Council approved a municipal service delivery review that resulted in the reorganization of the town of Saugeen Shores. On the second page of my report to Council, I do highlight what has moved forward in Q3 with that new organizational structure and outline what is going to happen in the last quarter of 2022. And so I'll just highlight quickly that we will be completing the recruitment for a manager of engineering services, which is being reprofiled to add the asset management portfolio. We'll continue to develop the project management portfolio under asset management, including a full-time project manager of capital projects. We'll complete the realignment of the operations portfolio under community services and operation, complete the recruitment of customer service coordinator in building and also one in fire services, and complete the recruitment of the supervisor asset management and supervisor development engineering positions. After we finish these recruitments in Q4, HR will have a little bit of a break as we wait for the 2023 budget to advance, and we'll have further discussions on the next steps with the municipal service delivery review through the 2023 budget. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments from members? I don't see any. So we'll move on to the next one, which is an information report on the 2022 major initiatives Q3 update in the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, recognizing tonight is a long agenda, I'll move fairly quickly through this one as well, but this is the town's quarterly update on how we are progressing on our major initiatives at the town. And as you'll note in my report, we're tracking at about 70% completion rate on the majority of our 37 major initiatives. I was just going to highlight a few things in each of the departments. Community services and operation has pretty much most of the agenda tonight, so I'll probably skip over them, but they have been advancing a number of high profile projects in community services and operations. In corporate services, they don't often get a lot of attention from the public, but it's important to note that they're the backbone of our organization, and they've been moving forward with implementing new budgeting software for us. They've been advancing a number of policy pieces, specifically the new purchasing and procurement policy. They've been taking a look at our water and wastewater billing bylaw and a number of other elements like that. Another piece that's really exciting, it doesn't sound maybe exciting to yourselves and the public, but is we're going to be working on digitizing our records management system, which is pretty exciting within the administration. So this means that all of our records now will be able to be searched digitally once that's complete in early 2023. And I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight the work that's going on behind the scenes related to the municipal election. Our clerks division has been working tirelessly to make sure that the election is ready to be delivered in the coming weeks. Our IT division has been migrating all of our computers over to Office 365 and making a number of improvements related to audio systems for delivering our council meetings, as well as upgrading the Wi-Fi, both around public buildings and at the police station. In development services, our building permit activity is slightly lower than it has been year over year, but only slightly lower. And our total permit value is about the same. And this is related to a number of the commercial constructions that are undergoing. We've seen the expansion of the Holiday Inn, as well as the commercial development on Devonshire Road and the Bruce County Paramedic Station. We also have a number of town infrastructure projects that have either neared completion or are completed. So we have the River Road reconstruction, the 10th concession resurfacing where bike lanes were installed. We have construction projects that are starting or halfway done with the North Shore Trail. Most will have seen that along the lakefront, Saugeen Beach Road and Catherine Street. Our staff have also been working tirelessly around the housing portfolio and have been working to look at investigation around a community planning permit system, which will be a legislative tool that the town can consider using to streamline development for affordable housing. Last but not least, a couple of infrastructure pieces. Both the county and town have approved the new entrance for the town's Southampton landfill site, and we've awarded the contract for the design of the Southampton wastewater treatment plant. At our police services, they have applied for a ride grant, and received that funding in order to deploy additional overtime ride programs in the area. They've also successfully hired a new cadet recruit who will be starting shortly. As earlier spoke about in this chamber, the 3-year business plan has been concluded, and the police service is excited to see that move forward. In our fire service, we started the transition to an incident management system, which aligns with the province, county, and Bruce Power. And we've also been updating and reviewing the fire services master plan. Our new fire chief has also been working with the group in fire service to update a number of the operational guidelines and policies in fire service. Lastly, in the CAO's office, we've been doing a lot of work to address the 2021 Workwell staff survey. We've had things like the hours of work policy advance and the flexible work arrangement policy advance. We've also supported several staff in attending the mental health first aid training that was offered in September. This was a great program for our staff to be trained in helping to identify signs and symptoms of common mental health problems or when a person may be in danger. We've also, with our HR, we've been updating our job evaluation system, and our new council will see that come forward early in their term, which will be looking at how the town makes adjustments related to the Pay Equity Act. So as you've heard, that was a quick overview. A lot is changing, a lot is happening here at the town of Saugeen Shores. It is all related to modernizing our organization. The town is in a unique position because we're growing so fast, and the municipal government needs to reflect that. My hope is that the work we're doing on this today will reap dividends for the months and years to come to make the town of Saugeen Shores future ready. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Lots going on. Questions or comments? I would say I would just, as I always do when this report comes out, I would just encourage members of the public to have a look at it. I know if you can, to be posted on the website, hopefully prominently somewhere where folks can find it. And it's just a great way to see the length and breadth of things that the municipality is doing on an ongoing basis. It really is an impressive list of work. So thanks to staff and yourself and everybody within the organization who's pulling these things off. It's great work. All right, so we have one more item, which is an information report on the Saugeen Shores LEAP graduates and the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since 2021, council has approved the funding in the budget to support staff development and leadership growth here at the town of Saugeen Shores. We were excited in 2021 to launch the Saugeen Shores Leadership Excellence Achievement Program. And this is really a program based on supporting staff in both their personal and professional growth. In June 2022, we had our first cohort of emerging leaders graduate from the program. And we're excited tonight to recognize those 15 individuals that completed the program. In the report, I have acknowledged those individuals. We also have a quick presentation for the mayor to take us through. But also on the second page of my report, you can see the nature of the training that these folks have accomplished. They've accomplished 15 different sessions in a variety of program areas, ranging from having difficult conversations to running effective meetings and coping with stress. Again, this is a great program we run here at the town of Saugeen Shores to support our staff in both their personal and professional development. And I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor, for the presentation.
Thank you. Well, we're pleased to recognize the following members of staff for completing the LEAP program. So here we go. Rob Atkinson from Fire Services. Lisa Billing from Community Services. Danica Hendry from Corporate Services. Darren Hill, Corporate Services. Michael Hunt, Community Services. Heather High, the Office of the CAO and Economic Development Officer. Laura Moscone, Office of the CAO. Jessica Rogers, Development Services. Jill Root, Office of the CAO. Daniel Wader, Corporate Services. Katie Walton, Corporate Services. Brianna Zorzi, Community Services. So congratulations to all those folks. It's a great accomplishment to complete that program. And I know council very much appreciates the time that these staff put into improving themselves and bettering themselves. And I think that serves them and us well. So thank you and congratulations to them. Are there any comments from members? And Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo your comments, and I sent a note to Kara today, just asked a few questions about the program, and she sent me a nice note back. And Kara, is this something that's voluntary or mandatory?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we look for people to put their hand up. We don't force anyone to do the training, but the goal is to see the offer made to everyone in the organization to participate.
You know, one of the comments you made was this LEAP program is one of the key pillars we are advancing to support the growth of our staff, both personally and professionally. And I just wanted to commend these people for doing what they're doing. You know, it's beyond. It just adds to their daily work. I'm sure it's enjoyable too. But the fact they've stepped up to the plate and taken this training, I think is really commendable. We, you know, Mr. Mayor, they're looking at that report just before this one and all the things happening around our community. And you take a drive around, and we're blessed with just tremendous staff. And it's just a good opportunity right now to say thank you to all of our staff. And I know there's an employee recognition event coming up soon, but boy, we've got the cream of the crop, you know. And so I just pass that on to all of our staff. Care how proud we are of all what they do. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Any further comments? I don't see any. All right, so that brings us to the end of the committee of the whole agenda, and we will have statements by members. And I'm going to exercise my prerogative and speak first this evening because it's an important meeting that I just want to acknowledge. It's the final meeting of this council tonight. And so I just wanted to express my personal thanks to each of you for your work over the last 4 years. I think it's a council term to be proud of. A lot of really impressive work has been done by the municipality over the last 4 years. It really has been on the four of the, I've been a member of 4 councils, and this one really has been, I think, one the most productive and one of the most enjoyable to be part of. And that's due to each of you being good to work with and a solid team, and a council that pulls together and works together well in spite of whatever small disagreements we may have from time to time. So anyway, I just wanted to begin by acknowledging that and offering my personal thanks to each of you, and also in particular, since we do know that Councillor Smith will not be returning, I do want to express thank you on behalf of the community to her for her service as a representative for the people of Port Elgin, and wish her all the best. Going back to not coming to these meetings once every 2 weeks, but so thank you, Jamie, for your work. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 items I'd like to mention. The first one deals with your topic of the election. Just to remind people, if you haven't received a letter from the town about voting, please contact the municipal office. The second thing I'd like to mention is, I don't know if council realizes, but we have a celebrity in the room. 2 weeks ago, Vice Deputy Mayor Myatt was recognized in Owen Sound by the Owen Sound Hall of Fame for all the work that he did for the years that he lived in Owen Sound as Recreation Director. So I'd just like to say congratulations, Vice Deputy Mayor, and well done.
Yeah, thanks for that, Deputy Mayor. I was really, it's very nice of you to mention it, and very humbled by that. Week ago Friday night, and I wanted to say that something I wanted to say at that induction ceremony actually was about my 2 boys. Didn't say enough about them that night, but the 25 years of coaching I thoroughly enjoyed it. Did it for all the right reasons. It's to make a difference in a young child's life. And one of the nicest things happened to me back in 2008-9. My son Andy brought me out of retirement to coach midget hockey, and I got coached with Andy. And in 2020, my son Jeff brought me out of retirement, and I coached with him on the ball field under 10 girls fastball team for 2 years. Went back second year. And I just want to say that, whether you're coaching hockey or ball or soccer or any youth sport, it really doesn't matter the sport your sport you're coaching. It's the difference you're making in a young child's life. And I said there's nothing nicer than going through Canadian Tire and getting a tap on the shoulder from a young boy or young girl, mostly men back today from the 80s and 90s, but saying, Mr. Myatt, thanks for coaching me back in the 80s and 90s. You made a difference, and I live a pretty good life. So that's rewarding, and what that honor was bestowed upon me was humbling. And thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing it up. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Council Jakes.
I had the pleasure of attending the volunteer appreciation dinner for the town of Saugeen Shores last Thursday, and I just wanted to say that to the volunteers that didn't attend, you were missed. And as somebody who's been on 6 municipal committees, I also want to thank the staff that work side by side with us and keep us on track and make sure that we follow our agenda. So I just want to say thank you to them as well. It was a great evening, but I appreciate all the work that went for it. And I want to say to anybody that's looking to volunteer in Saugeen Shores, it's a great way to learn how your community works and get input and help to get the word out of what's happening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you. And this evening is my final meeting as the Port Elgin Ward Councillor for the town of Saugeen Shores. And this Thanksgiving season, I have a lot to be thankful for. First and foremost, to the constituents of Saugeen Shores, it has been an absolute privilege and an honor to serve the community over the last 4 years. Thank you for putting your faith in me to represent you. To my fellow members of council around this table, including the former councillors Rich and Schreider, your inexhaustible dedication to this community is nothing short of extraordinary. And thank you for your patience, encouragement, and most of all, friendship. Thank you to the staff and management team at the town of Saugeen Shores, as well as the countless volunteers who dedicate their time and energy to making this community the best place to live. Finally, to my family, thank you, especially to my husband, Ryan, and my children, Mac and Leighton, for not only supporting me, but inspiring me in this journey. As the youngest woman to serve on Saugeen Shores Council, but not unlike, I was the youngest woman to serve on Saugeen Shores Council, but not unlike other records. I hope this one does not stand for very long. In 2018, I made it my mission to prove that one does not need to wait until retirement to make a difference in their community, and that I could be a mother, a nuclear professional, and a young elected official. Most importantly, I hope to prove that I would make a successful counselor, not in spite of these qualities, but because of them. And though the work to improve our community is never done, my time in doing the work has come to an end for now. And if this term of council has taught me anything at all, it is that living in uncertainty is the only certainty, that building a community has never been more challenging, with the impacts of COVID-19 leaving permanent marks on our psyche, and that the temptation for polarization and disengagement is heavy. In the spirit of World Mental Health Day, which was celebrated yesterday, I hope to remind everyone that politicians are people. And in my experience, they are people with great honor and intentions. I applaud everyone who puts their name on a ballot with a willingness to listen, an ability to compromise, and the courage to make decisions in the best interest of their community. I will leave you with a quote that I ended my closing remarks in the 2018 All Candidates debate with by author Simon Sinek, which is, leadership is not about the next election, but about the next generation. Thank you for the opportunity to share these words, and thank you for the great honor of serving this community.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Davinsky.
From the youngest, congratulations to the oldest. I'd like to say Friday, September 30th was a special day in Southampton during Truth and Reconciliation Day. A special crosswalk that we all agreed to was unveiled at GC Houston School, showing 7 feathers for the 7 grandfather teachings. And we were honored to have survivors of residential schools take the first honorary walk using the crosswalk. It was something else indeed. Many have talked about the election coming up. I too would like to thank everyone for putting the names forward. It's not easy. And to our residents, don't forget the all candidates meeting this Thursday in the Rotary Hall at the Plex. Doors open at 6 o'clock. Things get underway at 6:30. If you can't make it, I understand Eastlink is broadcasting it live. And it will also be shown later on YouTube, thanks to a Saugeen Shores High School student. And thanks to the Canadian Federation of University Women for providing the service after it was dropped by the Saugeen Shores Chamber of Commerce. Finally, voting begins next Monday and continues until October 24th, phone and internet. Any problems, as the deputy mayor has said, contact the town. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Davinsky has already spoken about the September 30th National Truth and Reconciliation Day ceremonies, which were very moving. And it was very impressive indeed to see residential school survivors who were from the Saugeen community, as well as other members of the Saugeen community, all students and staff from GC Houston and other members of the Saugeen Shores community participate in this. The GC Houston event was followed also by a very important rededication of the Zbigniew Bridge as a demonstration of our community's commitment to work together. I also want to compliment and thank our public works staff who really did a lot to make this event possible, not just by making sure that the reconciliation crosswalk was finished in time for the event, but also all of the work they did to make our streets safe, to make the bridge ceremony safe, and then to also at the same time do all the work that needed to be done to make our Pumpkin Fest celebration very successful that same weekend. On October 4th, Councillor Dubinsky and I attended the Southampton Care Center's annual recognition of a resident and a frontline team member who both make a difference in the lives of the care center residents and community. This year's recipients were Donna Christman, a longtime Port Elgin resident, and Julie Bromera. So that was a very important and moving ceremony. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing from me tonight.
Okay, Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things to report, I guess. Upcoming events this Saturday at the Outdoor Education Center, just the other side of, or this side of Wyerton, is having their 50th anniversary open house. And I will be attending 10 until 3. They're having presentations and recognitions and snacks. So I'll be going up there for that. And on the same day, at the same time, unfortunately, the Bruce Peninsula Sportsmen's Association is having their 60th anniversary at their clubhouse in Wyerton. So hopefully they're not too far apart. Maybe I can make both of those events while I'm on the crossroad between Wyerton and Elephant. On the same theme, and not to disappoint Vice Deputy Mayor Myatt, we did a lot of fish collecting this past week. We spent 2 busy mornings in Owen Sound at the Middle Dam, and we collected our allotment of 110,000 salmon eggs, which have all been safely fertilized and are in their incubation trays in the Port Elgin salmon hatchery down on Upper Avenue by the town pond. And if there's anybody out there who is interested in that, I'd be happy to show them around. And there's volunteer opportunities for people to get involved and help repopulate our lake with salmon. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. We may have to amend the procedural bylaw of the new council to include fish stories as part of the project. I think that may be one of the striking committee's first acts to bring forward at for the next council. It's been a extremely busy 2 weeks. We went around and cut ribbons, the Vice Deputy Mayor and I, for 5 new businesses last week. We rededicated the McEwing Bridge to the McEwing family. We had the National Truth and Reconciliation Day, which I was very honored to participate in. Pumpkin Fest obviously weighed a pretty good sized pumpkin there. We had our Ferry Lake Public Information Session. We had our Community Planning Permit System information session, of course, the Volunteer Appreciation Dinner. So I've been busy, and so all of you, and it's but it keeps demonstrating how it's really a privilege that I know we all have and appreciate, to be able to be plugged into so many different incredible things going on around the community every day, and to be able to go around and meet all these great people doing great things in our community. And certainly this last 2 weeks has involved a lot of that, which has been great for me. So with that, we'll take a motion to adjourn. Councillor Smith, the Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Committee of the whole stands adjourned, and we'll reconvene with council at 5 after 8.
Mayor Charbonneau, it is 8:06. All councillors are in attendance. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. We'll call to order this regular council meeting, and the second item on the agenda is disclosure of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. We have no additions, deletions, or amendments. We have no public meetings, so we're on to adoption of the minutes, and I don't have my resolutions. Let me get those. Okay, so I have a resolution that council adopt the minutes of the council meeting of September 26th, 2022, and note and file the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting of September 26th, 2022 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Smith, seconded by Mayette. All right. Questions or comments, to any of those sets of minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. All right, we're on to reports of the committee of the whole, and the first is general government report regarding the 2021 reserve fund and final audit report. There's a resolution that council authorized the transfers to and from reserves and reserve funds as outlined in Schedule A attached to the CFO Treasurer's staff report dated September 12th, 2022, and that council accepts the 2021 annual audited financial statements from BDO Canada LLP. Mover and seconder. Smith and Mayette. That's the Vice Deputy Mayor, Mayette, by the way. Any questions or comments of the resolution? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. All right, then on to the second one, which is an infrastructure and development report regarding county official plan amendment on growth management. And I have a resolution that council endorsed the comments contained in the supervisor development services staff report dated September 26, 2022, and direct staff to forward the comments to the county of Bruce. Mover and seconder, Smith and Grace. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're on to, we're on to reports of municipal officers and committees. And the first is a staff report on Lamont Sports Park Phase 2 conceptual design. And we do have a presentation, so we'll start with our presentation and we'll turn it over first to the Director of Community Services Operations.
Great, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, Phase 1 development of Lamont Sports Park is complete and play will commence on the first 4 diamonds next spring. In May 2022, Council approved the award of the prime consultant contract to Landscape Planning Limited to advance the development of Phase 2 of Lamont Sports Park. Staff and members of the fundraising committee have been working closely with Paul and his team at Landscape Planning to advance the conceptual design of Phase 2, which is being presented to Council tonight. Now would be a suitable time to recognize the effort of the Lamont Sports Park Fundraising Committee. As we heard from Rob Stanley at the last council meeting, their original goal of $1 million has been far surpassed, and I believe they have raised close to $1.7 million. This is an incredible contribution. Phase 2 consideration would not exist without their passion, their dedication, and results of the fundraising campaign and their members. It's imperative that the conceptual design includes all elements that are forecasted to be installed in the space allotment for the Phase 2 development. It's critical that the allocation for these future amenities be taken into consideration when designing Phase 2 to ensure that all facility components fit within the full park build-out. It is possible that all elements shown in the conceptual design may not be included in the construction tender. Elements identified within Phase 2 of the conceptual design of Lamont Sports Park are full-size lit and irrigated hardball diamond, lit and irrigated softball diamond, bleachers and players' benches, trail connections from the rail trail, parking, fully accessible playground, batting cages and practice pitching mounds, 36 by 72 pavilion, a field house which contains washrooms, storage, and canteen, septic tank, maintenance building and yard, landscaping, trees, and required site works. At the December 12th meeting, Council will have an opportunity to review the elements, the associated budget costs, source of funding, and will provide approval for the components which will be included in the construction tender. I want to mention staff who are playing a critical role in the development of Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Lamont Sports Park. Steve Hardy, who is our project manager, who's joining us tonight, Lisa Billing, our recreation manager, and Frank Burrows, our parks manager. It's my pleasure to introduce Paul Gardner and Julia Steele from Landscape Planning Limited, who will present the conceptual design for Phase 2 of Lamont Sports Park, and then I'll close out the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Schreider and Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present Lamont Sports Park Phase 2. We'll share our screen now and we'll walk through Phase 1. We'll talk about the elements that are proposed for Phase 2 and open at that time for any questions that you might have. So we have to.
Yeah, are we able to, oh, here it is, yeah.
Let us just show you a picture of the Phase 1 build out that happened last fall, if we could. So this is the result of the Phase 1 work, and thank you to Director Schreider, Steve, and Frank for their contributions in making this all come to reality. This is a fantastic project, and we're looking forward to building on to Phase 2. So with that, we'll start our presentation. Next screen. Phase 1 entailed the development of 4 slow pitch diamonds shown here on the far right of your screen. The parking lot, as you can see here, rough grading of the entire site for the full 3 phases. The entry road and the entry feature, they're shown so prominently in a lot of the fundraising photographs. And all of the
we're falling behind. We're not keeping up with your presentation. We're still looking at the picture of the park. So I'm not sure if there's an issue on your end or our end, but
Yeah, let me see.
presentation.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all
Oh,
right. It's just
interesting.
that. So you can sort of.
Okay.
Can everybody see this image?
Yes, now we're looking at the.
Presentation?
Yeah, so we see Lamont, we see your first page of your presentation there now.
Okay.
So this is the image that I was describing. We've built out the 4 slow pitch diamonds, the large gazebo structure, the central feature of that clover leaf of diamonds, the parking lot feature with accessible parking stalls. The servicing has been roughed in for the electrical and the water service. All of the entire park has been rough graded to accommodate the future build out of the park with the drainage features and things of that nature. There is a path that is roughed in to connect to the rail trail here. So we'll go to the next slide. For the phase 2, we're showing it in here. And as Director Schreider had mentioned, we're talking, and we'll get more into detail about it, the hardball diamond, the softball diamond, canteen building, washroom, a pavilion, playground. We should also mention that there's consideration for a maintenance building shown over here on the left side of the screen. Okay, can everybody see that? All right, next. Phase 2 comprises, as was discussed previously, a hardball diamond with 375 feet down to center field, 310 down the lines. We've worked closely with the recreation clubs and the fundraising group to make sure that we're developing this in a way that the groups, and I heard the SSMBA speak previously in the committee of the whole meeting, we're going to make sure that this meets their needs as well. The hardball diamond will have a Marco clay infield. It'll be, the white areas will be grass. We'll also have netting here to protect the existing parking lot from any long home run balls, if you will. The softball diamond is shown over here. It will also have netting. And the screens, which we'll show you on the next slide, are to be more of a netting style as opposed to the chain link fence. We're looking at bullpens and dugouts with full wraparound bleachers in this location here. The washroom canteen building, we have a floor plan that I'll show you down the road in the presentation. Is envisioned to be in this location, partnered with a future pavilion, which will be fairly significant in size and provide shelter for, against the sun and the rain and the elements. We are proposing a 375 square meter accessible playground with rubber safety surfacing. The washroom canteen building will be serviced with a septic system, septic tanks. And also a compound that would have batting cages and warm-up pitching mounds that would serve both phase 2 and the phase 1 diamonds. We'll be utilizing the existing LID features for drainage that were built as part of phase 1. Those will not be compromised. And we'll be creating some accessible parking stalls in this location. I think there's 5 of them or 6 of them in this location for easy access to the accessible playground and for the rest of the hub. We're looking at creating an enclosed area, an event space, if you will, around the future pavilion with some shade umbrellas that you would also see outside here in the concrete plaza. What you will notice is this spine from phase 1 has been continued on. So pedestrian connectivity is very consistent from phase 1 to phase 2 and ultimately into phase 3. We have a large area here for unprogrammed recreational space. Warm up, throw a frisbee, that type of thing. And also we have a parking lot here proposed that would be very consistent with what was built in phase 1 over here. The other part of the project is connecting phase 1 and phase 2 with some trail systems up in this location and connecting up into the rail trail in this location here by the Walmart. Okay, if we can go on. Here's some imagery that we have shown with the staff at Saugeen Shores as well as the fundraising committee that seem to have been well received. This is an image on your top left that is the netting for the backstop. It would be very similar to this. It's a tension netting system. And it's very, very spectator friendly, if you will. You can see through it, but it also is very protective. The netting that I mentioned between the parking lots and the ball diamond outfield fencing would be similar to this, albeit not as tall. We'd be looking at more of a 20-foot fence, but to protect any vehicles that are parked in that location from home run balls. The infield that I discussed is a Marco Clay product. It would be very, similar to the phase 1 that was installed. So we're keeping the materiality consistent from phase 1 to phase 2. The bleacher systems would be integral systems. So in phase 1, we have 3 independent bleachers. These would all be mitered systems, all one bleacher system, if you will, that would have accessible seating, would meet, OBC code with the side barriers and the back barriers. And our capacity right now for each bleacher system would be around 300 spectators. The dugouts that we are envisioning are a little, would be very similar to what's in phase 1, although they would be more consistent with what we're looking at in terms of the black material and providing a little bit of an upgraded facility than the phase 1. The batting tunnels that I talked about are shown here. Again, tension netting, very safe and user-friendly for these features. Some of the other materiality and imagery that we would incorporate into phase 2 include, the ball diamond etching that is fairly prominent at the entrance of the phase 1 facility. The parking lot would be very similar, whereby we have accessible parking spaces, the recycled asphalt paving. So again, carrying materials throughout phase 1 and phase 2. The playground surfacing, and again, we're looking at developing a 375 square meter fully accessible playground. With that comes the safety surfacing. We're looking at a rubber safety surfacing. This is a phenomenal product. It meets all the AODA requirements, and it's very, very user-friendly and maintenance-friendly, if you will. Down in the bottom left, we're going to carry through some bollards to the phase 2 works. Umbrella tables will surround that event plaza that I had spoken about previously. Could look something like this. And then again, we'd have bike racks for those that chose to ride to the site. In terms of the washroom canteen building, and again, this is all very preliminary, but we wanted your input on it and feedback. We're looking at a fairly significant canteen area here that would serve for large tournaments and events with 2 roll-up doors and a large storage area for hot dog buns and those types of things, ice in this area. We are proposing an umpire change room that would have a washroom and dedicated change room for the umpires. A universal washroom stall here with an adult change table. Fully accessible, fully universal. We would have both female and male washrooms that would have 4 water closets each and 3 sinks with the accessories, hand dryers and that type of thing. We are proposing the electrical mechanical room to also have a storage cage for augmented storage for the minor ball groups. But this room would house the mechanical and electrical services for the entire park ultimately. So this is the floor plan, and here's an image of what the building elevations would look like. So we're looking at matching the color of the existing shade structure. This is a very durable construction, block construction, very vandal resistant, if I can say. We've used this successfully in other locations, albeit it's the dimensions and the programming elements are subtly different. Again, we're working through the the final pieces of this with the fundraising committee and your staff to get this just the right way. There would be a potential donor board on this facade here that would have high prominence to the 2 ball diamonds that we are proposing. Okay, and that is our presentation. If you have any questions at this point, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. There probably won't be any questions, eh? Oh, no, there are some. Okay, so we'll start with the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Paul. Just have a couple questions. The washroom facility, when you're looking at 6 diamonds, I don't believe we have enough washroom space. We had up at Cameron Park, I think there was 6 spaces in there, but to have that many people, I don't think 4 water closets will be enough. I think if we took the sinks and made them with just the faucets and like a stainless steel drain tray, that would be a little better use of the space, but I do think we should be looking at a little more washroom space. Everything else looks good. Will there be electrical and audio plugins for these 2 new diamonds? Okay.
Through the mayor. Yeah, through the mayor, that is the intent, that there will be full audio and PA systems and plugins for whatever the case would be for electrical. In terms of the washroom facilities, what I would suggest is that for normal usage, the 4 water closets may be an appropriate number. However, during large events, the intent would be that those are augmented through portable lavatories.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many bicycle racks you'll be putting? Because when we have our wrap up slow pitch weekend, everybody bikes. So there's 500 people on bicycles going to this facility. Director Schreider, do you have any ideas of rack space that we'll be looking at?
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. We had just had a meeting actually last week. We have a donation that's coming through away from actually the fundraising committee. And we met about creating some bicycle parking, specific bicycle parking, the number of racks we would require. We're going to discuss that with Paul so that we could show them on the site plan. But what we're thinking of is a few at each kind of diamond, and then a main one kind of in that hub area where the pavilion and the accessible playground is.
Thank you. And one last question, Director Schreider, do you know what the size of the playground at Jubilee Park is in comparison to what our new accessible playground will be here?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Off the top of my head, I do not know the size, but I can get back to you on that.
If you wouldn't mind, this is with the Kraft Heinz Project Play victory we won here, we're looking for something this just like Jubilee Park. That's a fantastic, it's a one of a kind in this area, and with this ball facility, we want a one of a kind playground area for the children when they're down there. So again, Paul and staff, thank you for this. It looks great. I look forward to seeing the play starting this year and then getting these next 2 diamonds up and running.
Okay, thank you. Further comments, Councilor Jakes and Councilor Grace.
I just want to say, as somebody who's legally blind, I really appreciate the netting. My record is 3 times being hit in a season with balls, so that'll help a lot. For the inclusive seating, is there a way, I just saw the picture, so I'm not sure if it shows it, that a wheelchair could sit next to somebody in a bench, a caretaker, caregiver with a person in wheelchair or a stroller or a rollator, that there would be that option that they don't have to sit in front of the bench or in the aisle? That's my first question.
Yes, through the chair. These are just graphic images, and we would ensure that there are accessible spaces for wheelchairs to feel integrated with that bleacher system. Absolutely.
Okay, and for the canteen, because you're going to be having the playground that's accessible, would there be an idea about, I know it's early, about having a portion of the counter be lower? So if somebody's coming up in a scooter or a wheelchair or rollator or whatever, it would be lower for them to be able to access?
Through the chair, these are fantastic questions and comments, and this is just a conceptual level design. As we get into the design development and detailed drawings, yes, those types of things will be included. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to follow up on the councilor's questions, has this been seen by our accessibility advisory committee yet, or what's the process for that?
Actually, I'll field that question. Thank you for the question. We have not presented the conceptual design. What we'd like to do is present the detailed design to the accessibility committee in the new year.
Great. So that'll be a great opportunity to follow up on some of that detail. Great. Thank you. Are there further Councilor Grace? Councilor Grace, and then Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Paul and Julia, for that presentation. I have a question about the trail connection to the rail trail. And I wondered if we could look at the site plan or the map of phase 2 or whatever would be most appropriate. My question is, if somebody was going to be, if their only means of getting to the park is on the rail trail by using like an electric wheelchair, and they want to go to the accessible playground, what route would they take through that? Like, I'm wondering, is there a route that would mean that they don't have to go through the parking lot to get to the accessible playground?
Through the chair to you, Councilor Grace, our intention would be to design the trail system that connects down into Lamont Sports Park from the rail trail to an accessible standard if the grades permit. We're not quite at that stage yet, but that would be the intent. And we'll certainly keep that top of mind when we are doing the grading for that trail system.
Okay, thank you. And it's probably too early too, but what surface do you anticipate that trail inside the park would be?
Through the chair to you, Councilor Grace, we would continue with the material that is used in phase 1, which is a screening material, a crushed chip stone. It's very, very compactable, and it's a very accessible material for, you know, people walking, scooters, strollers, those types of things.
Thank you.
Okay, now Councilor Davinsky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the first question, I suppose, is to Kristen Schreider. And I'm asking about, and I've asked about this before, washrooms for phase 1. We have a terrific washroom plan for phase 2. Thank you, Paul, for the plans. But we don't have anything for phase 1. And the pictures show the two ball diamond complexes a lot closer than they really are. And if you're playing on the far ball diamonds with little kids, it's going to be a long walk to the washroom. Any plans to build a washroom in phase 1?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. We too have discussed that, Councillor Davinsky. I think that we have a couple of options in front of us to look at that you'll see come through budget deliberations, whether it be this year or next year. We could look at some portable units. We could look at units that are similar to Lakeview Ballpark that were installed a couple of years ago, which were received very, very well. We could look at installing a similar field house system and septic tank, similar to what you see in phase 2 on perhaps the north end of phase 1. So there's a couple of options there that we have. I anticipate that for when phase 1 does open, that we will have portable washrooms installed out on phase 1.
Okay, thank you. A comment, you know, we said, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right because we want to bring people in. And a string of portable washrooms, to me, isn't doing it right. Um, I like better the plans you have for phase two, and maybe we can do those in phase one as well. My other question is, this was talked about, and I don't know whether it was at a Lamont Sports fundraising committee meeting or what, but we talked about sunken dugouts, particularly for the hardball. And I'm wondering if that is being considered, and I suppose I'm directing this to Kristen and or Paul, a sunken dugout like the big boys have.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And through you, I'll get Paul to step in here in case I talk out of turn. But they were definitely discussed on the last committee or the committee prior to that. It's definitely a nice to have. But when we see some of the conceptual designs come through, those nice to have, sometimes we have to trim the fat a little bit, if you will, in order to get a proposal and a conceptual design that is affordable. So I do believe that is something that we're not exploring at this option, but Paul or Steve, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Through the chair to Councillor Davinsky, yes, that was discussed early on in the process. And we're still open to looking at it, but those are quite costly and it requires quite a bit of grading and earthworks to accommodate. Again, I think we can explore the costs and maybe bring that forward at a future meeting as part of some costing that we would put together.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you. We'll go to Councillor Mayette and then Councillor Carr and then Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question about the washrooms. I see that you have a septic tank. I presume you're not having a septic bed to go with those. It'll be you get a honey wagon down periodically. Is that the plan, or is there plans to put a septic bed out there?
Through the chair, we haven't finalized the design for that yet. We're working closely with a septic design company. Obviously, holding tanks are an option. However, that becomes an operational issue to deal with. We do have some area to create a septic bed, but we also have an option to go with a higher technological system like a water loop biofilter system. We're not at that point yet where we've explored all the options, but again, we'll be bringing that forward at a future meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I guess maybe towards Kristen first here, back on the bathroom thing here again. It's something I think us as councillors around the table have heard a lot of, that we don't have one currently with the phase one. Followed up with the comment that, council was the one that took it out of it. And I think when we had talked about it before, that is Councillor Davinsky had said, is if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. And it was one of those things that we did not want to see the porta potties. We did not want to see those rows of them. From what I took away from that conversation, that's kind of what I thought we were expecting to see back here. So I want to make sure that's hammered home, that we are looking at maybe even multiple facilities like Councillor Davinsky had mentioned there, that it is a long walk for the younger kids. And if we're going to hopefully, market this park like we're gonna and have these tournaments come in here, we need to provide the facilities. We don't want to be calling in porta potties every other weekend to host these events. I hope anyways that town staff will come back with a better option on that one. And then just a comment to follow up with the rail trail connection. I'm not sure if you guys have been working with the Rail Trail Association much on this one yet, or have looked at their EcoCaster system that they've been using. I know that they've had really good luck as far as maintenance goes and holding gravel in if we are looking at steeper grades and stuff. So hopefully we are working with the Rail Trail Committee on that one, and hopefully looking at that EcoCaster system that we've been implementing throughout the trail system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, and through you, first and foremost, I just want to commend those involved in the planning and the committee for inclusion of the umpiring change rooms. I know it's not a common application these days, but it is something that was brought up early in the planning process and something that will be well utilized by our umpiring staff. forgive my ignorance on this one, but I'm looking at the detailed washroom plans, which granted are conceptual and not detailed, but I'm not seeing any toddler change tables or infant change tables, and I'm not sure if perhaps the family washroom, the universal washroom would be equipped with that as well. Just a note to, if they aren't included in the universal and are intended to be included, if they could be included in both female and male washrooms. That's just a comment, not a question. Lastly, the maintenance building. If you could go to your slide, I think it's the first, called the park overview phase 2. Maybe, yep, there you go. So the yellow highlighted box to the south end of the orientation here. So the maintenance building labeled as phase 2. Can you help me understand the dotted perimeter that sort of goes around? Is that the property line? The dotted line is the road on the south edge of that maintenance building. What I'm looking for is, there is a house, one property that abuts the facility, and is that maintenance building directly against the property line of that property owner?
Through the chair, the maintenance facility from a grading perspective sits, I want to say, about 4 meters, 5 meters lower than the property that's immediately to the south of it. The dashed line just depicts the area. We envision this enclosure to be fully fenced, and it'll have hard surfacing, you know, the paved asphalt. I don't know that that dashed line depicts, it certainly is not a property line. It's just depicting that space.
Okay, thank you.
The Vice Deputy Mayor, and
Yeah.
then we'll get Councillor Matz.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just wanted to say you got a lot of very excited people in this community. Looking forward to the spring opening of those 4 diamonds in phase 1, and even more excited all our youngsters in our community to see phase 2. Moving ahead in 2023 with 2 youth baseball fields. This all started with Kraft Heinz Project Play, as Deputy Mayor Mathis mentioned, won $250,000, winning community across Canada, and that's just 3-4 short years ago, and look where we are today. And it's going to be the nicest facility in southwestern Ontario. It's going to be a regional draw for major events out there. You heard from Minor Ball earlier that they've already got 3 tournaments booked in the month of June, and you can bet your bottom buck there's going to be a lot of tournaments booked out at Lamont Sports Park over the next 5, 10, 15, 25 years plus, and bringing a lot of good business to our community. So I just again I wanted to I'm hearing some good questions from council around the table, and there's been great support around this table for Lamont Sports Park, and just wanted to thank all members of council for the support you've shown, and we're all in this together, and this is going to be a wonderful, wonderful facility for our community. So, and we talk about ball diamonds, but we've got that accessible playground. We've got the pavilion, batting cages, trail systems. I mean, there's something there for the entire community. So, look forward to seeing phase 2. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
You, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I forgot to ask, and I guess I'll go to the director about this. When we call it an accessible playground, will there be swings for older children? Like, I don't want to call them regular swings, but I guess that's what they are. We have the accessible swings in Southampton at the accessible park, but will there be other swings as well for everybody to use?
Sure. Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, there will be a complement of baby swings, belt swings, which I think are the ones that you're referring to, and then accessible swings as well. The playground has not been designed yet. We have reached out to a couple of members of the community that have expressed an interest to assist us through the RFP and design process of the playground, that have experience with children with disabilities, and that use our current park system. So we're excited to have them come on board and help us through this process to ensure that we have a playground that's inclusive and fully accessible.
Thank you. My last comment will be the storage shed, work shed. In phase 1, we talked about that, and I feel that it's a must to have out there. You have to have all the equipment stored at the field. There's no use of bringing equipment from either the Saugeen town shed or in Port Elgin. Have everything there. it's going to take a lot of work every day to maintain these fields, groom them. So I hope we have everything in there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just want to follow up a comment. Paul and Julia, I just wanted to say to you, you've been a pleasure to work with. I've sat in and I don't think I've missed a meeting, and you've just been a real pleasure to work with. And Landscape Planning Limited, I'd surely recommend you to anyone. It's you've done great work here. You've been great listeners and modified the plan. I don't know how many times now from a few months ago we started to meet. And Kristen and Frank and Steve Hardy, just been stalwarts. You've done a fabulous job bringing this whole thing together, the entire team. So I just want to thank you again, Paul and Julia, for your fine people to work with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there further comments? I don't see any. I have a couple of comments, and the work is very good, and a lot of effort's gone into it from staff and from our consultant, and that's appreciated. I did want to chime in on the washroom discussion. I think it's important to remember, council has built a legacy fund in order to enable us to do this work and the pool and other things. It's enough money to do that work, but it is also not an unlimited amount of money. It does run out, and we're going to tap it out to do this work, which is why it was designed. It was designed to do that, and so it's nothing to be concerned about. But this is a washroom isn't just nothing. It's probably a $250,000 facility. So building two of them, I think, is maybe a long-term thing, but I don't think it's going to be something we can do in the short term. Which just makes me wonder, and maybe this is a question through to our consultant or potentially to the director, why was the washroom positioned the way it was on the site? Why not position the washroom on the northernmost boundary of phase 2 so that it can be as close as possible to phase 1? There isn't really a place in phase 1 to build a washroom anyway in phase 1. So the closest you could probably get is that northernmost boundary of phase 2. Why not? Why do the cages have to be on that boundary? Why can't you flip that around so that those washrooms, which we're going to build and which are going to cost a fair amount of money, can serve both phases of the development?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. We can take that back and have a look at what some of the options are. I'm not sure if Steve or Paul could speak to the location of the septic tank and where that is in relation to the washroom, if that's something that can be adjusted. I know that the other thing that we had talked about when we came up with this design is that having the accessible playground, the future pavilion, and the washroom canteen all kind of being in one central hub area for when busy tournaments, and especially close to that playground facility as well. But definitely it is something that we can take back and look at adjusting.
Yeah, I think perhaps a reconsideration of that whole northeastern quadrant of it, potentially to realign it so that we can get the most bang for our buck on these washrooms might be in order. So anyway, hopefully that's something you can look at. I really do think when we do these washrooms, this particular washroom facility, we should do it really well, and that we should build it in such a way that it serves the normal use of the facility. I do think, and it's important to be clear, that when you have a very large tournament, when you have 1,000 people show up, you're going to have portable washrooms, and we're never going to build a facility that can handle that, right? Where it's going to always be too small for something like that. So you will see portable washrooms in Lamont Sports Park, and I think that's reasonable under certain circumstances. But I also think that my colleagues are being reasonable in their comment that it shouldn't be a permanent fixture or feature of the park to have portable washrooms. We're going to build a great washroom facility. Let's put it in a good location and have it serve the whole facility. So beyond that, interested, I don't know how can, so we do have a recommendation here to approve the conceptual design. Within that approval, do you have enough space to make some adjustments to that alignment, or we're just approving features, I suppose, and not necessarily their final location? We can look at it that way, because I would like to see a re-envisioning of that. Are you comfortable? Are we all comfortable if we give that direction with the understanding that some changes in terms of the spatial orientation of some of the structures may change? Is that good with you, Director?
It is. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. It's good with council. Okay. So there's a recommendation that council approve the Lamont Sports Park conceptual design for phase 2, and that council direct staff to return on the December 12th, 2022 on December 12th, 2022, with the detailed design and budget estimate for construction. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Smith, seconded by Mattson. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. Okay, so now we are on our second staff report, a pretty simple one here, a staff report on the Aquatic and Wellness Center community consultation. And we have a summary and conceptual design and presentation by our consultants, but we will begin with the Director of Community Services Operations.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, another quick one. Another exciting project to report on to council tonight. What a time to be in the Parks and Recreation field in Saugeen Shores. Saugeen Shores have been discussing, planning, and waiting for a new aquatics center for what feels like forever. And we're happy to present tonight a summary of the public consultation process, the conceptual design for council consideration, and return to council on December 12th with detailed design and budget estimates for construction. A public meeting was held on August 31st at the Rotary Hall, and for those who are unable to attend the in-person session, there was an opportunity to submit feedback online through the town's website from September 1st to the 8th. The purpose of the community consultation was for the public to provide input to assist with the conceptual design of the facility. Our prime consultants here tonight, Salter Pilon and Let Architects, and town staff gathered feedback from the in-person session and the online submissions to incorporate into the conceptual design. The town is very pleased with the outcome of the community consultation and the number of comments, considerations, and recommendations that have been received. Our communications team, so thank you to Shayla Roos, Brett Lanthier, and Jill Root, who provided amazing data on the consultation, social media, engagement, and analyticals. The full report is attached for your reference. Highlights of the activity on social media for the community consultation are over 18,000 campaign impressions, over 12,000 social media followers during the campaign. The second post, which was 1 week prior to the in-person session, was the best performing post, reaching just under 4,500 accounts and seen by over 35% of our followers. And the last post, which was 1 day prior to the in-person session, had the largest number of impressions on Twitter of any campaign examined so far, just over 1,100 views. Themes of the public consultation were pool, gymnasium and track, fitness and conditioning center, change room design, site plan and exterior features, accessibility, affordability, and other or general comments that were not associated with a provided theme. Highlights and trends of the comments received: incredible support for an 8-lane, 25-meter pool. Consideration for competition and multi-programming is important. Spectator and viewing areas for the pool is important. Importance of therapeutic and leisure pool demands. Support for a walking track and as large as possible. Full-size gymnasium for multi-programming is important. Support for the family, male, female change room design. Consideration also for adult and senior change rooms. Parking capacity at the Plex is important. Ensure that a second ice pad can be accommodated at the Plex site. Accessibility is top priority. Consideration for the user and the caregiver is important. Ensure that the complex is designed and built considering growth projections. Support for existing programming, groups, and clubs. Community rooms and gathering spaces are important. The full report attached is incredible data. And again, thank you to Shayla, Brent, and Jill. And what does this tell us? That people support the new Aquatics and Wellness Center and that they want it built now. Also included in this report is the community consultation key themes and summary attachment, and all comments received through the consultation process has been scanned and attached to this report. In order to advance the detailed design and return to council on December 12th with a budget estimate, it's imperative that council approve the preferred location of the Saugeen Shores Aquatic and Wellness Center on the Plex property and provide directions on the main elements affecting square footage of the building. Ryan and Michael here tonight from Salter Pilon and Let will present the conceptual design for council consideration. The conceptual design being presented is driven by community consultation, previous council recommendations and direction, staff engagement, previous studies and consultation reports, existing site constraints, and the anticipated future needs of the site. So I welcome Ryan and Michael to deliver their presentation. Following the presentation, I'll summarize, read the recommendation for council consideration, and we'll be happy to receive any comments or questions. So I turn it over to Ryan and Michael.
Great. Thank you for that introduction, Director Schreider. And thank you, Council, for our presentation this evening. We'll just be pulling up our presentation, so just give us 1 second. Hoping everybody can see this. All right. So just a quick overview of the presentation tonight. We're going to talk briefly to the engagement and the project values. I know Director Schreider spoke in quite a bit of detail, more than I will be providing, but we'll touch on that quickly. We'll talk to you a little bit about site design considerations, budget considerations, and schedule milestones and the look ahead. So as part of our engagement, as you know, and as Director Schreider had mentioned, we did have a visioning workshop with project stakeholders, including the breakers, mid-August of this year. And obviously, as you know, there's been a number of reports that have involved public engagement leading up to this particular project. And there was also the public open house, August 31st, and online surveys that were held through the beginning of September. Of that, in particular, the workshops with stakeholders, there was a series of values that were struck to kind of help us steer the project in the next phases, which are summarized in these top 3 values. Number 1 being community. This was the strongest value among all stakeholders, and for good reason. This is the reason why we're building this facility. The second being operational savings, looking at maximizing life cycle facility elements. It's really important for us as architects and as well as the consulting team to know the importance of operational savings and maybe strategizing on upfront investments versus long-term return on that investment. And finally, sustainability, looking at incorporating as many sustainable solutions in the project as possible.
So talking about the design, we'll start with the known site constraints. So everybody's fairly familiar with the property we're speaking about. So some of the early investigations led us to an understanding of what conditions on the site would provide a constraint to the project and the design that we'd be looking forward to producing. The first one was the NII. Knowing that that's on the property, and it is kind of a focal point on the Tomlinson side of the property. Looking at the existing skate park at the corner of Tomlinson and Wellington. The idea of the notion of a future ice pad naturally being adjacent to the existing ice pad. The existing geothermal field that is currently installed on the west side of the current ice pad, the existing hydro line that runs through the parking lot and along the south side of the property as well. This hydro line comes with a 10-meter setback as part of what we could call an easement or serviceable access for that hydro line. And those are our known site constraints that we're dealing with as part of this project.
So from the known site constraints, which is kind of a macro way of looking at the site, we now dive into some micro programmatic pieces. And as Director Schreider mentioned, we know that we're looking at an 8-lane pool based on the community feedback, which obviously is a council decision this evening. But if that were to be the case, we know these are among the critical dimensions, kind of a building block of critical dimensions that will form the size of the building. Adjacent to the pool are change rooms, again, which have critical dimensions in terms of best practice and clearances and accessibility and whatnot. And another major building block within the building is the gym itself. And so these form kind of the 3 largest contingent of program area when we're looking at your new facility.
So as we get into the site plan options, we'll have 2 options to present today. Option 1, working with the constraints of the property. So again, just back to that earlier slide, just to kind of reminisce on the constraints that we have on the property, and these take into consideration our first design that we'll look at here for the Aquatics and Wellness Center. So we're calling option one the Tomlinson Drive option. So the main dark blue box that you're seeing in the image being presented represents those critical dimensions that Michael just spoke about there for the major program elements that we'd be dealing with for this project. The light blue box denotes the connection between the new build and the existing. And what we have is also two main entrances into this facility that are denoted by the large red arrows, one being on the west side and one being on the east side. The pros of this option is that it does provide a strong presence to the Tomlinson Drive and the existing kind of front door condition of the Plex. The Plex Administration Building and the Aquatic and Wellness Center will present itself as one complex, so a bit more of a compact, kind of cohesive footprint of the building. And it also provides an opportunity for additional outdoor programming space on the site. Some of the cons that come with this scheme are it does require a significant renovation of the existing building, most notably to the current front door and the tie-in condition that we would have for the addition. The operational use of the Plex would be impacted during construction, most notably on that existing front door and also the administration area. It does provide a physical and visual barrier to the NII building. And that also brings us to point 4, which is the area between the NII and the Aquatic and Wellness Center building would create a wind tunnel and a snowdrift condition between those two buildings that would have to be addressed to keep that front door condition for the NII. And this also provides a loss of natural daylight into the existing Plex lobby and administration spaces as well. So generally, in just a very high level kind of conceptual understanding, the blue boxes that we were showing before, just to show that we have taken these program elements, these major components of the program that we know are part of the project, and see how they kind of relate into that shape and that form of the facility that we're looking at. So this is the option of our Tomlinson Drive for the first floor, with the major components of the program in orange. The yellow area kind of shows the circulation and the community space in between. And then purple being our areas of more service and utility and support spaces for the project. Looking at the second floor of this scheme, again, we have double height spaces within the gymnasium and the pool, and then program elements again in the orange in that center configuration of the second floor. Okay, so we looked at other options as well. So this is also working with the constraints of the site, but our option number 2, we affectionately labeled option number 1 as our Tomlinson Drive option, and this will be our Wellington Street option. So similar to option number 1, the dark blue represents the critical dimensions we had spoken about earlier for the pool, the change rooms, and the gym. It does not include the reception, washroom circulation, et cetera, which are really captured in that light blue appendage that links the new building with the existing building. So in this scenario, we would still have the entrances as defined by kind of those red arrows. We aren't constrained by the existing building renovation. And that's to say that this building could be built for the most part independently, with a lighter connection to the existing structure. The site constraints don't limit the building's siting and provide program flexibility. That is to say that there are options where we could look at moving some more of the program down to a lower level, or if there were any particular parts of the program that needed to grow or to shrink for any reason, this option would give us the real estate to do that. Whereas the Tomlinson Drive option was kind of pinched between the hydro corridor and the NII building. In this option, the Plex Administration and the Aquatics Wellness Center would present itself as one building, similar to the Tomlinson's option. And there are opportunities for additional outdoor programming spaces in this as well.
Some of the cons for this option would be that there would be a stronger presence on Wellington Street as opposed to Tomlinson Street. Wellington being more residential in nature. It would have the building fronting Wellington, but by contrast, Tomlinson would have a parking lot. And similarly, in the visibility from Tomlinson is reduced to the new build in this scenario, mostly due to the NII building being kind of a visual break. So in this scenario, this is just the same block plans, just resolved as a bit more of a fit test to make sure that all of the program components fit. The light orange are those critical dimension elements. And the blue, as you can see, is a current administration and how we would link the lobby of the current rink through to the lobby spaces for the pool and the gym, etc. And as you move up, there would be a second floor in this scenario as well. So the pool would be a double height space, as would the gym. And on the second floor in this option would be conditioning, the room for the 200 spectators looking into the pool, and the walking track. And lastly, here are the two options side by side. What we could say is that these would likely hold a similar amount of parking that meets or exceeds your requirements from a bylaw perspective. Both options work within the constraints of your site, which are numerous, and both options work with your existing building, anticipating some future growth.
Okay, so we'll talk about budget now. So for the budget of the project, in the RFP, it was noted that the facility was a 50,000 square foot facility. Those including the major components of the conditioning, the fitness, the gymnasium, a 6-lane pool, change rooms, reception, and circulation. We did have the strong public feedback for an increase from 6 lanes to 8 lanes. And this gives us roughly an anticipated 4,000 square foot add to the overall project area. And so now we sit with an anticipated area total of 54,000 square feet for this facility. The budgeting was taken as the original budgeting from 2019 as part of the RFP, and the construction cost was $26 million at the 50,000 square feet, which gives us an equation of $520 per square foot to construct this facility. In 2022, market report surveys reflect a different order of magnitude, with an average in the province of Ontario with the range of $630 per square foot. So this represents roughly an increase of 21% overall from the 3-year period that we're speaking about. And these really are a result of the economic conditions attributed to the pandemic and the market disruption that we've seen in the construction industry over this time. We've looked at this project for an escalation to 2023, and we're predicting that escalation at 9.8% as a very average understanding through the industry right now. And that reflects a cost of $683 per square foot for construction starting next year. So in kind of a synopsis here, the estimated 26 million construction costs in 2019 is what we started with. The order of magnitude at the 50,000 square feet for the 2023 dollars puts us at a budget of just over $34 million. To increase the area of the facility to include the 8-lane pool. As we mentioned, it's an increase from the 6-lane. This would roughly translate into an order of magnitude cost of $2.73 million in addition to the budget that was previously provided. And the other costs associated with the administration office workplace 2.0 recommendations will be coming with further budgeting updates on the December 12th meeting as well. We just want to note that these really are order of magnitude costs only, and they are to assist in the decision making. more detailed Class D, which is our first technical class estimate or class costing estimate that we'll provide for the project, will more accurately depict the anticipated budget with a broader understanding of the infrastructure needed for the project. That will be coming in that December meeting as well. And to assist in mitigating risk associated with the current market instability, the project will be working through the construction management process, and the construction manager will assist us in preparation of the Class D budget and also with cost control in these early design stages of the project.
Okay, and the last thing on our agenda was just to give you a bit of a schedule overview. And so here we are, October 11th, 2022. We're in front of council looking for decisions on site location and program. Following today's meeting, we're going to be pen to the paper and drawing with our team, moving into completing schematic design and starting into design development through design briefs with our consulting partners, working to get a Class D cost estimate done. That will be through November and December. We'll come back to council December 12th, as Director Schreider had mentioned, where there will be approval from council on design and budget at that point. And then coming out of the December 12th council session, we'll be working with our construction manager partner early in 2023 to work through budget details and find savings and expedite construction schedule as possible. And then that takes us to the next slide, which carries over the CM award. At that point, we move into detailed design and specifications. The benefit of the construction management partner and approach isn't just on costs and construction, it's also on schedule. And so in this instance, we'll be submitting for a site plan approval in February of next year. We'll be submitting a number of permits, sequential permitting to get us in the ground sooner. Our first permit submission is targeted for March of next year. That'll be for site servicings and foundations, all of which will get us in the ground in spring of next year. And as that leads forward, that takes us to a substantial completion for December of 2024 for a move-in in 2025. So that's a lot of information to digest. So thank you for your patience, and we'll hand it back over to Director Schreider.
Yeah, thank you, Michael and Ryan. We appreciate the presentation. So just maybe to wrap things up, the council or the consultant's presentation carefully outlined the two options for council's consideration. Each option comes with pros and cons, and either location on the site would be suitable. After consultation and evaluation of each location, it is recommended that council approve option 2 for the location of the new Aquatic and Wellness Center. Considerations supporting option 2 recommendation include but are not limited to the ability to phase in construction, less interruptions to existing operations at the municipal hall and the Plex, more physical real estate, creating capacity for adjustments during the detailed design phase, ability to include recommendations from the Administrative Office Workplace 2.0 study into the construction design, site circulation for all amenities on the property, retain the natural light in the Plex lobby and municipal offices, and reduce the impact to the NII building. So a very strong request through the public consultation was a request for 8 lanes versus 6 lanes. So staff and Salter, Pilon, and Let support this element adjustment and have included this in the conceptual design that is presented tonight. As outlined in the presentation, 2 additional lanes does increase the building footprint by approximately 4,000 square feet. This is a critical element that council needs to provide direction on tonight. As council is aware, one of the major initiatives in 2022 is a review of the town's administrative office space and opportunities for the Workplace 2.0. It is important that the town consider these needed improvements at the same time it is contemplating the Aquatic and Wellness Center build in order to consider economies of scale, usage of the site, and integration with the build. So Ryan, Michael, and the project team for the Aquatic and Wellness Center has been working with ThinkForm, the consultant for the Workplace 2.0 study, and will be incorporating the recommendations for council consideration at the December 12th meeting. Preliminary budget assumptions have been discussed tonight, along with the conceptual design. The detailed design will allow us to determine the budget estimate for the project, and this will be delivered on December 12th to council. Further refinement of the financing plan will be included in the December 12th report once the detailed design and the budget estimate for construction is established. So the recommendation tonight is that council approve option 2 for the location of the Saugeen Shores Aquatic and Wellness Center at 600 Tomlinson Drive, and that council provide direction to the main elements on affecting square footage of the building, and that council direct staff to return to council on December 12th with detailed design and budget estimates for construction. So we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. So just before we get into taking questions, this is has the potential to be kind of a complex discussion. So what I'd like to do is take it in a couple of pieces. There are a couple of different decisions to make. So the first piece is this choosing between options 1 and 2. So I'd like to have that discussion first, and then we can have a discussion about the main elements affecting the square footage and the amenities and any other conversations. But I would like us to focus on the choosing between option 1 and option 2 here right off the bat. Is that agreeable? All right, so let's have that conversation now. Comments, the deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like option 2. The parking seems to be the most logical, knowing the number of people. If you've been around the Plex the last couple of weekends, just with tryouts, parking is at a premium. So I think Ryan and Michael have come up with a design and option 2 that maximizes parking, brings the whole center together. So I will be supporting option 2.
Okay, further comments, Vice Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting option number 2. I did have a quick question and I was going to ask it later, but I think I'll ask it right now. Michael and Ryan, option number 2 with parking. We 100% convinced. I didn't really support this Plex location a few years back. I've been concerned about physical space, and I still am a little bit. You've done all the calculations for parking based on a second ice pad someday and a 54,000 square foot facility. Pretty confident that we're going to be able to park all the cars necessary on this site.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Vice Deputy Mayor. So we have done those calculations. As Michael mentioned, we do far exceed the bylaws for what is required on the property. There will be further calculations and developments of the parking as we go through the project, as we fine tune the design as well. And that'll be part of the process that we kind of work towards as well. We do know from the conversations had with staff as well as with the public that parking is a big concern and a big thing for us to consider in the design going forward.
Okay, thank you. And it's good to see we're going up because it's all one floor. We got a worse problem. So there's no question we've got to go up. I like option B.
Okay, further comments on the option 1, option 2 question. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, I too will support option number 2. Just a couple questions to follow up with that. The bike park, what's going to happen with that? Is there a group that's currently looking after that, or is that kind of gone to the wayside? The second question that I would go with that, I know one of the restrictions that we were talking about was the geothermal field. Is that geothermal field going to be capable of heating with this new facility, or is this something that's going to become obsolete that might leave as a hindrance for us, or is it something that will be incorporated in the new build no matter what? Like, we will see that geothermal field stay there.
Thank you for the questions. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the BMX track that's currently there right now, there is not a membership. There hasn't been a club there for quite some time. So staff has reached out to what used to be the former president or volunteers with that club. They have a couple of sheds that are back here as well. We would like them to clean out the contents of those sheds, and then we'll relocate the sheds off-site as well. So I think that's always been the plan, is for us to be able to utilize that parkland. On to question number 2, which is the geothermal question. I might lean towards Michael and Ryan to answer this as well, but I do know that the subtrate for mechanical that they're carrying through this project was the same mechanical engineer that designed this facility. So they will definitely be able to speak better to that question if Michael or Ryan want to take a stab at that.
Yeah, thank you, Director Schreider. Through you, Mr. Mayor. the geothermal is being considered in the design of this project. It will not become obsolete in the operation of the existing facility. And our role right now is to have an understanding of how we can utilize that as part of the mechanical servicing for the new build, and possibly looking at it supporting both facilities at the same time. So it will not become an obsolete item as part of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Javinski and then Councillor Jakes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to follow up on Councillor Carr's comments about the kids park back there for the BMX track. So the BMX track to me isn't used all that much anymore. However, the other one is. And that's the skateboard track was used tonight as I was coming in. Will that survive in option 2, which by the way, I also support?
Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, is when Ryan and Michael talked about those site constraints, the things that we mentioned to them earlier on was how popular the skate park was. And that was always our intention, is to keep that there. The BMX track would go, the NII site or building that was identified as a site constraint, same as the geothermal field. Those are things that we know are on the site and that are staying on the site.
Thank you. And I would say, Mr. Mayor, that I like option 2. It takes us away being a bad neighbor of the NII building. And it does allow us to do the things we want to do with the Aquatic and Wellness Center. And again, as I say, the kids get to keep their skate park. So, so far, so good. That's what I support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jakes.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, a question regarding sort of energy efficiency with the building. I'm assuming it's going to be energy efficient, but I'm just wondering if we're looking at any novel ways that we could do something different, such as on the roof planting, solar, anything like that. So we do some little cost saving. The other thing is they mentioned about parking and staff and workplace 2.0. So I appreciate that that was put up. I also like the outdoor space that is offered. We don't really have a gathering space. Coulter Parkette is not big enough. The town hall is great for indoors, but when we're gathering a group for outdoors, it would be kind of nice that we have that space. So that's why I like option 2. And I'm looking forward to seeing what about landscaping for this space so that it also is energy efficient, but also looks good. And also a big thing for me would be signage and wayfaring, making sure that with the option 2, we actually know that it's going to be there. It's going to be a scene as well up from the road for people that may be coming in from out of town. So I'm for option 2. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there further comments? Yes, sure, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
About again, the parking, but well, I'm just wondering, Ryan and Michael, the south end of the with option 2, the south end where the hydro lines are, and is there much geothermal underneath the grounds at the south end? Are there wells there? I'm not quite certain. Overflow. Can we park on that entire piece of land at the south end?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. We're currently undergoing the survey of the boundary, and we'll have a very accurate sense of exactly where the geo wells are. But we do know that we can park on the southern boundary. Both site plans and both options do take advantage of that land.
Good to know. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on this subject? I just comment for me, I guess. So on the option 2, perhaps I'm not, maybe I missed it, but like on the interior design, it's sort of showing a hard wall between the Aquatics and Wellness Center and the Flex. Is that, am I understanding that right? That you would have to enter the Aquatics and Wellness Center from the south, but you couldn't get into it from the main entrance in the north?
Through you, or I guess to you, Mr. Mayor. The intention would be that the main entrance would be where your current main entrance is. Talking with staff and stakeholders, it's important that your entrance to the facility will remain at the front. Just because of the geometry in both instances, both options had 2 points of entry. That's usually a best practice for a facility like this, where there's usually parking that kind of spans around the facility. So there might be multiple points of entry. So your main point of entrance would be where it is at the front, but there would be a secondary entrance at the back of the facility.
And just to add to that, Mr. Mayor, there is no physical hard separation between the spaces. It would be trying to create a free-flowing corridor and public space to get all the amenities existing and new.
Yeah, that's great. So that's what I wanted to hear. And one thing I think is that there's a real opportunity to create a grand, excuse me, a grand entrance to the building on the northwest where that roundabout is. And I wonder if we could have a look and think about that roundabout and whether it's the best use of that land, or whether or not we could have a plaza there with some public art and have a bit of a grand open area with some potentially in the future some seating out there or that kind of thing. I mean, it should be a showpiece facility that isn't totally dedicated to automobile traffic. It should be a place where that looks cool and looks inviting and looks interesting when it has a sense of a public space and the gravitas that should come with that. So I think that would be the design of that area looks like we're going to go with option 2. So I think the design of that area is key. And I hope that you'll, as you move forward, you'll give some consideration to that. The Deputy Mayor.
Just to expand on your point there, Mr. Mayor, the whole welcoming aspect of this. The one thing that I really do believe we should be looking at is wiring this place for sound. As people come in, everybody lives on their phones, technology. We need to make sure that they have access, that our internet capabilities in here are to the top degree of whatever we can get. So guys, if you can look at making sure that we're wired throughout here, and I know that's more of our IT guys, but also outside, so that when people are here sitting outside, as the mayor just mentioned, they do have connectivity.
Yeah, so I think that we're segueing nicely into the second part of this conversation. So I think we have consensus on option 2, so we don't have to do anything with that. That's the recommendation. So we'll just leave that in the recommendation and proceed on that basis. So let's move into the second part of the discussion then, and a discussion on the main elements affecting square footage. And I think any other elements like the one the Deputy Mayor mentioned would be fair game to discuss that point too. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions here. Ryan and Michael, thank you for the presentation tonight. You mentioned upper room viewing for 200 people. How are you going to view the pool for 200 people? Will it be circular around? Is it wide open for them to see and hear and the swimmers be able to hear them? Can you explain that a little bit for us?
Of course, through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be a viewing area on the second floor. So there would be an elevator and a set of stairs that would take you to the second floor. It would be open to the pool below and long and linear. So bench style seating with accessible seating as well that has views down along the length of the pool.
Okay, so it is open there. You have the whole pool feeling there. Good. You mentioned the track. How big is the track? I know that for indoor track meets, you need a 200-meter track. And I'm hoping it's four lanes that will accommodate not only walkers, joggers, runners, and as Councillor Jake said, dawdlers. Yeah. How big is the track?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the track right now is set at 250 meters. So it is that 60 meter on the straightaways and 40 kind of on the shorter length. There is the size of the track that we currently have.
That's excellent. Now the gymnasium, how big is the gymnasium? Our neighbors to the south have a rather large indoor gymnasium that can be broken down into 3 courts that can be used for basketball, volleyball, pickleball, dodgeball, badminton. And I know the interest that we have in town here for that. We're kind of limited to the number of people that can play. We're using substandard spaces like the churches and the schools, and I thank them for having those spaces. But when we're doing this, what would it take, or if you could have this for us for the next meeting, what would it take to be able to have 3 gymnasiums that meet the needs of our growing population?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, our current gymnasium that we have right now is a single full-size basketball court, which supports 2 volleyball courts and 4 pickleball courts. To go to that larger size, we'd roughly add about 3,000 square feet. To add that 3rd volleyball court, you'd get 3 small basketball courts in that orientation as well. And you would move up to an additional pair of pickleball courts too. So you'd end up with 6 pickleball courts in that area. So currently that's not in our design, and we're roughly looking at probably around 3,000 square feet to add to that. That would also provide enough runoff area for the edges of the courts as well, knowing that it's never the best to have a wall right adjacent to a court. So we'd have ample space around. And I think, Michael and I are always amazed about the level of recreation and activities that this community has. So knowing that there is a well use for that.
Okay, I saw the mayor's eyes go up as you mentioned that. But I do believe being in the recreation field as a teacher, phys ed teacher, knowing what we have, I'll leave that up to our director, Schreider. She has a better understanding of that as well. But I do think we should look at just price. I'm not saying do it, but have a price come back to us to be able to do that. Last question, and this is more for just a thought, Director Schreider. When we go to put this all together, I would like to see our track being open access to everybody. It's important that we have a safe, reliable place for people to walk. And I know that if we go to that community down south, you can go there any time of the day, 10 o'clock at night, and there are people walking. I like to call it the toonie track, just as an idea that, you go in, it's free. If you have a toonie, drop it in. If not, bring it the next time. But I do believe that having that open access will bring more and more people in and safe and healthy activity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we had Councillor Grace next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Michael and Ryan, for your presentation, and Kristen, of course. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I want to say that I really appreciate all of the residents who took the time to share very thoughtful feedback. Of course, it's already been said that there's a clear preference in the comments for an 8-lane, 25-meter pool, a leisure pool, a spectator viewing area, a walking track, gender-specific and family change rooms, and gym space. What I didn't see as much in the comments was clear support for a fitness center. I wanted a comment, if I could, from staff or our consultants. The business model that was presented during the initial why consultations indicated that the fitness center was necessary to support an adequate number of memberships to defray operating costs. If we end up with a management model that doesn't include the why, is that business model which prefers the fitness center still relevant?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I think through the business model, you're absolutely correct, is that the conditioning and fitness center would be a revenue generator compared to, as we operate now, a pool. We understand, much like an arena, that it operates as a deficit. So you will see the business plan that will show that it would be more advantageous for us to have that income in order to offset that deficit. The other thing that it does is that it opens up opportunities for us to provide memberships or programming availabilities and membership models for the community as well. So it might not just be swimming lessons. You could be also a member of the fitness and conditioning center or the open gym space.
Got 2 more questions. One of our presenters, Jeff Horseman, the Breakers coach, urged us to make sure that there's enough deck space. So in the diagram that you gave us about the 8-lane pool, is there enough deck space built into that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. we've been working with Jeff. We've had lots of his comments through this early phase of the project. So we're aware of the 5 meters on the ends and the 3 to 4 meters on the sides, and that's been incorporated as part of that square footage.
Thank you. Just one more question. The RFP and the presentation tonight talked about LEED-like design standards, LEED being LEED. And in their comments, I noted that one resident urged us to adopt LEED, not LEED-like standards. So I'd be interested in hearing staff's comments on why we are not looking to require LEED certification. I think I've got a pretty good idea from my own reading, but I'd like to hear from staff why you use the term LEED-like standards.
Sure, and thank you for the question. And again, Michael and Ryan, feel free to jump in. LEED-like standards will get us pretty much the same quality, the same qualifications to being certified, but it would be a little bit less of the construction upfront capital costs, and also ongoing costs and recertification costs as well. So we feel that we could design a building and achieve those same LEED-like goals and with reduced costs. Michael and Ryan, is that a fair summary?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess the idea is we go through the same process as the LEED program allows us to go through. We just don't go through the formal understanding and the formal certification that Director Schreider is talking about there. So same considerations in the design.
Okay, further comments? Councilor Vinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it is just a comment. And you probably already know, actually, it is a question as well. Have we decided, through you, sir, have we decided we're going with the 8-lane? Because without the 8-lane.
So, I mean, that's the discussion we're having now. We're just got like the key thing we need to do today is give staff direction on the square footage affecting elements, right? So the details beyond that, we'll be able to discuss later. It'll come back, but we need to say, you know, that's one, right? That adds square footage. So we have to give them some direction on that tonight. We have to give them direction on, do you want a gymnasium? Do you want to, you know, these elements that affect square footage? So that's one that we have to tell them. So we haven't made a decision yet, I guess. And if you want to discuss it, that would be certainly appropriate.
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's in my comment, and that is if we're going to spend this kind of money, and it's the same old thing again, same with Lamont Sports Park, we have to do it right with an 8-lane pool that can be certified as a competition pool and bring in swim meets that are regional and or provincial in scope. Again, we have one shot at this. And we need a top-notch pool. There is no doubt about it. Besides that, the mayor needs it for his Christmas cannonball. But really, we have to go with the 8 lanes, 25 meters, no doubt about it. That's how I feel. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Gosh, I hope I won't displace that much water. So this is a good thing. Why don't we're going to need to hit these one at a time, really. So why don't we talk about the 8-lane pool? Let's get some consensus on that. Can we have a conversation about, get some consensus around whether we want to go 8-lane or not? Councillor Carr, did you have a comment on that? Or is it on something else?
Beyond a few other things, but we can come back to the other ones after. But as far as the 8 lanes, I would definitely be in favor of the 8 lanes. I agree with Councillor Davinsky with his comment that, you know, we've shown so far with this council that if we're in, we're all in. Let's do this build right. So we're not looking back in 10, 15 years from now. Like Jeff had said earlier in his earlier presentation, we got to look 30, 40 years down the road. It is going to be a lot of money. We know that now. That's why we have to do it right once. I guess just to kind of follow up with the money that we are spending, I know we're trying to focus on just 8 lanes right now, but I'm hoping when they do come back with their designs and the budget on that, that they do factor in interest rates and other stuff that we're going to be looking at. So we don't have a $36 million bill that blows up into a $60 million build or something like that. I just want to throw that comment in just in case I don't get back to some other comments there, but I definitely do support the 8 lanes for the pool, and let's do this one right and make sure we're building it properly for them.
Let me just ask it this way. Is there any opposition to the 8 lanes? So that's a piece then. There you go. There's direction on that. So further comments on other items, other elements. Councilor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you again. Just to follow up on that, I do agree with Councilor Davinsky when he had made the comment earlier about the deck space. Just want to make sure we do hit that one home, that they do have that proper 3 feet or 3 meter and 5 meter that they were asking for. Yeah, and I guess the only other question, I guess maybe I wasn't totally clear on the walking track then, because from what I heard, maybe with the conversations now, it went from a walking track to maybe holding competitions. Did I hear that right? Is it something that we're looking at multi-lanes, or I was under the impression it was only supposed to be a walking track for fitness use type thing for people to come in and use? I just, maybe some clarification on that would be great.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor there. So the walking track could have dual purpose for running or competitions as well. A walking track, we still provide lanes on it because people walk at different speeds. It just gives that kind of understanding of how people are passing people on a track. So no real difference within our design to work through that would allow for, there could be that ability to have competitions hosted there. But in general terms, when it's being used, it would have that ability to be used by anybody in that walking kind of configuration as well.
Just to add to that, it would be good to have clarity on the number of lanes, because I know Deputy Mayor Matheson was suggesting four lanes. And so it would be helpful to know if that was kind of the number of lanes the council was looking to support for the project.
Is that a square footage affecting decision?
It would affect the square footage, yes.
All right, and do you know, can you put that in some context for us? Based on from what you have presented today, to go, I assume you're suggesting it would be bigger to go 4 lanes.
It would be.
Do we know an order of magnitude impact that would have on cost, et cetera?
Currently, our square footage for the walking track is 4,000 square feet. We'd have to do some detailed analysis on what it would take to get to the full 4 lanes, presumably in the order of magnitude of an additional 1,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's for your consideration. I'll get the deputy mayor and then I'll get the vice deputy. Yeah, well, the deputy mayor and then we'll get the vice deputy mayor.
Okay, so the number of lanes showing in the 4,000 square feet is 2 lanes, 3 lanes. How many lanes is it? It was showing in the photo here.
We currently have 3 lanes in the drawing.
3. Okay, thank you.
Just for council's clarity here, you got to remember that when you have people walking on the track, they walk side by side. So 2 is a minimum. You have people running, you got to have a little bit of space. We want to help bring in some maybe potential investors, the whole track and field club. And this is just me throwing that out there. I know what they require is 4 lanes minimum. 4 lanes gives you the ability to have 2 people walking side by side, plus people to be able to jog around it, because they will be jogging at this. It's not just a walking track, it is a running track as well. And they'll be on the outside lane. So any track that you go to, again, our sister's town down the south has 4 lanes. You go to most modern recreation facilities, they are 4 lanes.
Okay, just some quick math, 1,000 square feet, $683,000. So you could count on it being about $250,000, $750,000 addition for that lane. So that's, they're looking for some direction from you. Do you care to give them direction at this point? Okay. Councilor Jakes?
I would vote for the 4 lanes, 1 for be able to do the competition. And also just thinking about the seniors, that are now using the arena, or we're using the arena to go up and down. Donnie's right, or Counselor Deputy is correct. They do in pairs and sometimes threes. And if you have mobility issues or you're using a stroller, obviously 2 lanes isn't going to do it. 3 is not going to do it. So I vote for 4.
Any further comments on that? Councilor Matt?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. $750,000 is a lot for 1 lane. And I think that there might be ways you could set up times of the day, walking periods and running periods, so that we don't get runners and walkers on the track at the same time. I'd be satisfied with sticking with the 3 lanes, and that's what I'd be in favor of.
Okay, further comments? Councilor Jakes?
There's always sponsorship as well. It's been done in other walking tracks that I've been at. They've been sponsored. Each lane has been sponsored. So there's that option as well. It's been done with the Lamont Sports Park when they had 4, went from 2 to 4. So yeah, it's more money. But again, we've said before, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. So if we can do competition with track and field, that's an economic core trip motivator for this area. So I still vote for 4.
Okay. Is there, I was just going to ask you guys, and I see Ryan, your hand up. I was going to ask before you speak, is there, I mean, you recommended the track at a certain size, and there must be some reasoning behind that. Maybe you could give us a little more detail as to why you've chosen the size of track to recommend that you have.
Yeah, just before that, Mr. Mayor, I just would like to clarify that the cost per square foot value is an average cost per square foot value within the project. If you think of the natatorium or the aquatic center, that's a highly expensive space because of the essentially the infrastructure that we're dealing with and the finishes that we're dealing with. The track will not come at a cost of $680+ a square foot. So items like that, we will take as what we'll kind of call as a shopping list to have an understanding of the order of magnitude costing that would come to that. If that helps within the decision making, that is something that we are willing to do, and it's not a overly difficult task for us to complete, to have an understanding of what that additional lane would be that we could bring back as a further understanding of that recommendation. To your second point there, 3 lanes is very typical of what we see. Typically, 2 lanes are quite often used by a pair of people walking together, as that is more of a social aspect as well. And then a 3rd lane for people that might be running by themselves, to have that ability to pass those people that are walking together. So typically, that's why we see the 3 lanes being included in a design there.
That's a good point. Thanks for the clarification on the cost per square footage. That makes sense. So thank you for that. Is there any further discussion on that? Do we want to give some direction here? How many folks support going to a 4-lane walking track? 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure you can. Yeah. Councilor Grace, sorry, Councilor Grace.
Thank you. So Ryan was just talking about the fact that they could come back with more specific costing for that. And is that something we can defer until we hear that information?
CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what we're looking for tonight is a general sense on what to come back with. So I don't know that we need to defer it. I think that we can give staff the instruction. Council is going to have another review of this at the December 12th meeting.
We don't need to make a decision about the 4-lane track tonight?
No, I think you need to give direction to staff on items that are going to affect the square footage. So I think you need to tell them, if you want to see a 4-lane track, we need to say we want to see a 4-lane track, understanding that's going to increase the cost by a relatively small amount on as compared to the overall cost of the project. Councilor Grace.
So another question about that. The deputy mayor mentioned that this would be something, the 4-lane track would be something that would be necessary for competitions. And I guess I was not knowing anything about high school athletics now. I was just surprised to hear that there would be a competition like that would be held just around a walking track. I mean, I guess I was thinking, I think of track meets as being outside in the spring or fall or whatever. So maybe I could get some, pardon me? Oh,
Councilor Kaczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think rather than talk specifics here, I think we should put it all in. It'll be easy to take it out when we see it in December 12th. But let's go for the Cadillac version, see what it looks like, what the cost is, and say, oops, we can't do 4 lanes. Whoops, we can't do that. But at least put it all in, and we can have Michael and Ryan come up with another cost for us on option 2 with everything all in.
I think it's
and see what
important.
happens.
Sorry, Councilor, I think it's important to be clear, that isn't entirely accurate. Right, so that what you're going to give council direction or staff direction to do here is come back with construction drawing. So removing things from the final design is going to be very costly. This is a $34 million project. Order of magnitude is what, you spend 5% or something or on construction drawings. So you're talking, $1.5 million set of drawings. So you're not gonna be able to revise them that easily. And so I would suggest that whatever you're going to give them direction to do here today, you're going to have to be prepared to live with.
You mean live with it's done, it's a done deal?
Well, you'll have to build, you'll either build those drawings or you'll shelve them and have to redo them.
Well, you're making it sound like we have to come up with a final decision tonight, with all due respect, and I don't think we do. But it would be nice to see what it would look like if we had all the bells and whistles in on the building. Again, we're gonna do it. Let's do it right. Maybe we will have to pull out, but we can't say it'll cost us millions to take it out. Then we shouldn't be talking about this at all.
I think that the thing about it is, Councilor, that if you, we have a set of timelines we want to hit. We have a construction season we want to meet, and so we have to proceed at a pace that is laid out in this schedule if we want to do that. So I think what we need to do is give staff direction on the overall square footage of the facilities that we want to see built. Perhaps there's some flexibility in there in terms of whether it's a 4-lane or a 3-lane walking track that eventually gets built inside that space. But I think if we want to accommodate a 4-lane walking track, we need to come back with a set of construction drawings that can accommodate that. And we need to have that conversation tonight, or we will, or you can see the cascading effect. If you don't give those directions tonight, right, then you push it back to December 12th, making those decisions, then you don't get construction drawings until January, February, then you miss the 2023 construction season, then you have a pool in 2026 instead of 2025, right? So I think we can make decisions tonight. We're gonna have to make them at some point. So we can make them tonight on these points, I think. And this is a relatively small item, and we shouldn't, I think, we're talking on the scale of the overall project, a relatively small amount of money. So I think we could give direction on the overall scale of the building that we need to accommodate this, and then allow them to proceed towards those construction drawings. In my view. Anyway.
I say put it in, but I thought we just voted on that.
Well, yeah, and we did see a show of hands, but then I got the question from Councilor Grace.
Okay.
So there does seem to be general support for accommodating that 4-lane track. So I think unless there's some opposition to that at this point, I don't see strong opposition to it. So we can give that as direction that we want the square footage to accommodate that larger track. I appreciate that this is a complicated discussion. And so I appreciate your indulgence in having it, but I think we've been through the pool. We've got the 8-lane pool decision made. We've got a walking track decision made here. What other conversations do we need to have? Questions or comments? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
I just had a couple of comments, and Mr. Mayor, and back in 2005, 18 years ago, we had our first pool planning meeting. I was director of community services at the time up in the Rotary Hall 18 years ago. And, I take a look at the cost just 3 years ago, gone from 26 million to 37 million. And So it's nice, nice that we're at this point where we're finally able to make a decision 18 years later, and costs aren't gonna go down by the looks of it. And I just was wondering about that 9.8%, Ryan and Michael. Thing, I know construction costs have really ballooned in the last 2-3 years, but are you seeing signs at all? I speak with owners of the hardware store, for example, and they're seeing some of the lumber costs and some of the construction costs. There's a lot of steel in this building, but are you seeing like the 9.8%? You've done your homework, obviously, you know this business better than I do. You seeing that 9% as a fairly accurate number? Where does it come from?
I can speak to that. Thanks for that question, and through you, your mayor. At this point, we said these are order of magnitude costs. So what we rely on when we're giving those figures are market reports that are produced by quantity surveyors who are tracking the industry, and they're reporting the average pricing of facilities like yours across the province. And so those are our tools to kind of give you a ballpark for where this project might land. And they'll be the same folks who are going to be putting together your Class D estimate. So they'll have, when we come back to council December 12th, that'll be an accurate of the moment estimate of your project tailored to your market and your location. When we were looking at escalation, we talked to quantity surveyors. We engaged with 3 different quantity surveyors across the province. We asked each of them, where are you seeing the trends in terms of escalation for 2022 to 2023, and that's where we got the 9.8%. Unfortunately, the reality is the market's still a little bit unpredictable, and for the most part, it's in commodities, right? So concrete, as we know, most recently had a surge in increases in costs due to supply chain issues. For additives and components that go into the concrete. And I think that's contributing to the majority of those increases through the pandemic.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, back 15 years ago, we've gone, from a 12,500 population to 17,000 and 20,000 by 2030, 20,000 people. And so we are growing, and the costs, as they aren't going to go down. I just, it's a huge decision, and I guess you're right. We give approval this evening. Engineering drawings, they're going ahead, and it's costly, very costly to change them after they've been presented. One question I did have about office space, where I talk about our growth, and we keep adding employees. The population is growing. We're expanding. Does this plan take into consideration increased office space for this municipal building linking to the pool facility, the wellness center? As there, in this square footage, we're adding a number of new office spaces to help alleviate the problem we have right now.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, we are going through right now the Workplace 2.0 study. So we have a consultant. The consultant's name is ThinkForm. Ryan and Michael both have been meeting with them along the way. So they're doing an audit of our existing space that we have here, the number of staff that we currently have, and then what our projections look like. And also with office space comes washrooms, lunchrooms, vault, meeting space as well. So part of this December 12th meeting will include recommendations from the Workplace 2.0 audit.
Last question, Mr. Mayor, Ryan and Michael, will we be able to break down the cost associated with, say, the pool and the walking track, for example, break that cost down independent of the wellness center? I'm talking about the fitness facility and gymnasium. Will it can be broken down that way at the December 12th report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do have the ability to do that. We can work with staff to have an understanding of those elements that we do want to break down for that costing exercise.
Okay, be interested to know what those numbers are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked staff if they would price the extra court. I'm willing to withdraw that. in order to get my the walking track. Ryan and Michael, with the full-size gymnasium that can break down into two smaller courts or 4 pickleball courts, will we have adequate space on the sidelines? So if we go basketball side to side, that you have 1 to 2 feet behind the rim so that you're not running into wall when you do a layup?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We have more than a couple feet of space to provide that adequate runoff for all courts.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Just want to ask here a question, CEO. You know, I'm sure when we see these numbers, they're going to be somewhere between $35 and $40 million. There's no point in hiding and we can't hide the number. It's a huge, huge number. But again, we've been talking about this for a lot of years. We need to replace our pool. And, you know, at some point in time, with I see there's a report later on for a 2-year contract position to work into the capital cost of this project, which I think is a smart decision. I think we need to turn over every stone possible here, and that's for funding and grant programs. And you know, the federal government, provincial government do have the capital programs out there, competitive, but we can drive that $35-40 million price down to $25-30 million through fundraising. And I hope that and we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but you know, the community's got to rise to the occasion here. We want some of these bells and whistles. We don't have to rely on the breaker swim team. We're going to have to rely on the track club. We're going to have to rely on these groups, members of the public, to come forth and help with a fundraising campaign. Not unlike we did with Lamont Sports Park. There's extras out there that the community fundraised for. So I hope we can find that $5, $10, $15 million in funding out there with fundraising and you know, with government subsidies. They're out there. And I think that two-year position we're looking at that involves helping to organize a fundraising campaign. I'm not saying they can necessarily do it, but help organize it. We got to somehow, I sense it's going to be a pretty big number. And we're going to have to drive that price down however we can. And I know staff will turn over every stone possible and see if we can't find that $5, $10, $15 million somewhere. And the last point I wanted to make is that this council, and I give our former CAO credit for this, we established that legacy fund 5 years ago, and I think by the end of the year it's at $10 million. I believe there's a number close to it, and that $2.3 million we're putting away every year from tax levy. We've built that over the last 5 years is gold, and I don't think we'd be talking about a $35-40 million facility if we didn't have the legacy fund. So that was a good planning on behalf of this council and their former CAO. So we've made some, I think, good decisions, but it's a big ticket number, but let's try and drive the number down the best we can. Thank you.
Okay, are there further comments? I think I certainly agree with the Vice Deputy Mayor that we want to look for alternate sources of funding where we can, and we're certainly having those conversations. But I think we cannot rely on those things, right? I mean, we have to be able to build the facility that we're planning with the money that we have at hand, and we certainly can do that. And we can build this facility at this price, in this price range, with the money we have at hand. We've certainly seen, at least I've seen, I think it's been presented here today, the breakdown of the legacy fund and how it would fund this project and all the other projects, Lamont Sports Park and everything else. The fund is big enough and it can accommodate this project. What I would like to do, and maybe I'll put this to either the director or the CAO or the consultants, I suppose, is just talk to staff, I guess, at this moment about potentially building a bit of a safety valve into the thing, because as I said to Councillor Davinsky, and it's true, what we're about to do is design detailed construction drawings that we won't want to revisit because it's very expensive. But I wonder if we get to December 12th and this 9.8, because of world events that we can't control, turns into a 15, or other things happen that make this much more expensive and to the point where we can't afford it. What I don't want to see, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree, I don't want to see the project explode. Like, I don't want to see it not happen or fail because we got to a point and now we can't do anything. So I wonder if staff can, and our consultant can look at ways of parceling out the project in the final design, so council could have some options to pair pieces off if it had to at that point, as of December 12th. There are distinct elements in the design, and perhaps we could design it in such a way where that could be done. So council could proceed with a portion and not all, if world events got us to the point where we were looking at a price tag that we just couldn't afford. We must replace the pool, right? The pool is why we're doing this. The pool is central, and I don't want to lose the opportunity to construct that pool in 2023. So is that something, you understand what I'm saying there? And is that something that staff and the consultant can do for us so that we can have a bit of a safety valve, an escape hatch come December 12th?
Absolutely. And thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we can take that back and then include that when we return on December 12th.
Okay. Anything further? Councilor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, just with that comment, this is a major decision that we're being asked to make here. And I like the comment, the fact that, you know, we could build in some escape routes if we had to get out of it, so we don't do it. Now, I know we spent $1,366,875 to contract this out to do the drawings on it. We only get one drawing for that. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know, put that to the director.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the contract with Ryan and Michael include more than just one set of drawings. So there are different elements that are listed out through there. Give me 1 second here. So prime consultant responsibilities include, but are not limited to, the coordination of architectural, structural, civil, acoustical, landscape, electrical, and mechanical design, public consultation and community engagement, process to retain construction management firm, construction costing, development of all specifications and tender documents, and then the contract administration during construction. And so through that also includes any change order, site inspections, things like that, deficiencies as well. So there's a lot more to the contract than just the design drawings.
Yes, sorry, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, again, I didn't mean it to sound just like that, but I just meant that, you know, we don't have to table this if it comes back and that fourth lane is the make or break. It just, you know, the way some of these conversations went, that's the way I kind of interpreted that. And if that's the way I had to do it, I don't know if I'd support it right off the get-go tonight, but as long as we do have those built-in outs, or we have the option of, okay, no, that this took that cost way too high, that we're not, and you know, I'm not saying I want to totally scrap the whole drawing. It's just a matter of reducing a little bit. And I do understand that is work that has to be done, but it has to be work that has to be done if that's what we decide. And I don't want to feel like we're being told we can't, I guess. That's all. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I can respond to that just briefly here. Correct. In the sense of what we're providing in December is still working through the design elements there. December by no means is a full set of contract documents that will be provided to a contractor to bid on and to start constructing from. So there is still some flexibility after that December meeting. If there are things that we want to table or have an understanding of in further detail about the final output of the design of the building, there will be an opportunity for that still following the December meeting.
And just to add to that, the way that we're approaching this is kind of in the philosophy of to go slow, to go fast. So council is really just having a look at site locations tonight and direction for major programmatic elements. We go back to the drawing board, we get a Class D, which is a strong overview of the budget, but it's not a Class A estimate by any means. So we're still in the design process when we come back to council December 12th, with the intention that council at the December 12th meeting will give approval of the design and the budget. And there very well could be a relief valve. There could be a way of scaling back the project. There could be direction at that point of some adjustments to make the budget more palatable. The construction manager comes on then early in the new year. And then that's the point when we get into the next level of due diligence. So this session with council on the December 12th as kind of stepping stones before we go fast to get our construction documents together and into the ground.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think we've given direction on the major elements that council is concerned about. We've given direction on the size of the pool, on the walking track. And we've also got some reassurance that come December the 12th, there will be between staff and the consultant, they will ensure there are some opportunities for council to make necessary adjustments if the budget becomes a problem at that time. So is that satisfactory to everyone? So there is a resolution. The resolution, I'm going to just adjust the resolution because I think it's kind of taken care of. So the first point is that council approve option 2 for the location of the Saugeen Shores Aquatic Wellness Center at 600 Tomlinson Drive. The second line in here is that council provide direction on the main elements affecting the square footage of the building. We have provided direction. I don't know if we need to pass a resolution that we provide direction. I guess we can. I guess you can take it as that we have provided direction and the direction has been recorded. And the council directs staff to return to council on December 12, 2022 with the detailed design and budget estimate for construction. Mover and seconder for the resolution, Smith. Carl. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried.
Thank you, Ryan and Michael, for the
Yes, thank you,
presentation.
guys, that was very
Thank
helpful.
you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. So now we're on to item 3, which is a staff report on the project coordinator contract position and the director.
Thank you very much. So tonight, council is receiving conceptual designs for 2 major recreation projects for the town of Saugeen Shores. The Aquatic and Wellness Center and Phase 2 of Lamont Sports Park are 2 major initiatives for the Community Services and Operations Department. It is recommended that a project coordinator contract position be created to support these high-profile capital projects and assist with the completion of a current backlog of smaller projects within the department. The main focus of the 2-year contract position will be supporting the project manager in advancing the Aquatic and Wellness Center project. With a project of this magnitude, it's imperative to build a strong project team with distinct roles and responsibilities working together to achieve the goal of having the Aquatic and Wellness Center operational early in 2025. The prime consultant's responsibility include but are not limited to the coordination of architectural, structural, civil, acoustic, landscape, electrical, and mechanical design, public consultation and community engagement, process to retain the construction management firm, construction costing, development of all specifications and tender documents, and contract administration during the construction. The project manager's responsibility, which Steve Hardy is leading this project for us, include but are not limited to member of the design team, facility design, facility construction, contract review and administration, construction inspections, lead at construction site meetings, review and approve change orders, liaison with the prime consultant and also the construction manager, and provides design and construction updates to council. The proposed project coordinator responsibilities include but are not limited to member of the design team, provides input into facility design, attends construction site meetings when required, coordinates fundraising strategy, including support to the committee, grant seeking and applications, tracks and documents fundraising donations, public engagement and key stakeholder engagement, project communication, and assistance with other capital project completion. Other members of the project team include current aquatic staff, recreation staff, manager of recreation, and the director of community services and operations. Adding this project coordinator contract position will provide tremendous support for the staff mentioned above, the project manager, the prime consultant, and the project elements listed under their responsibilities, which some have not started yet or currently are shared amongst existing staff. The recommendation before you tonight that council will approve a 2-year project coordinator contract position within the community services and operations ending December 31st, 2024, and that council approve the funding of $116,059 annually against the capital cost of the Aquatic and Wellness Center build to support the project coordinator's salary, benefits, and operating expenses. I appreciate your consideration of this request and happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. So the director's read the resolution. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the deputy mayor? No, moved by Smith, seconded by the deputy mayor. Okay, questions or comments of the resolution, the deputy mayor? Councilor Key.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe with a project this magnitude, we do need a project coordinator like this. We successfully incorporated project coordinators into our last couple of projects. So we need this. This is part of what will help make this project flow smoothly. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
You, Jakes.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, this project coordinator, although costing us $116,000, I'm told that they will actually save us money because they will be overseeing the construction, where in past projects, let's just give for an example, the library, we were handed a bill at the end of it, which was larger than what was expected. There was no project coordinator for that. So if this person is going to be our watchdog and look over the construction site and keep everybody in order, it's interesting that it will be cost saving if that's what I'm told. So I'm for it if he's saving us money.
Excellent. Yeah, Councilor Grace, did you have a comment? Yeah, Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also supportive of taking on this position. I think specifically with the police building project, that we did have a project manager, if I remember correctly, and that ended up keeping us on schedule and saving us money, as Councillor Jakes has mentioned. So I think it's a good idea.
The Vice Deputy Mayor.
I'll be supporting Mr. Mayor. I don't think we really have any choice but to do this. It's going to be a huge task ahead of us. And I like the idea. There's a start date and an end date. It ends December 31st, 2024. And I like that those words fundraising, you know, in the job description, in the report rather, and talk about you know, researching all grant possibilities, fundraising campaigns, and so I think Councillor Jakes is absolutely right. This could end up you know, hopefully saving some money in the long run in terms of driving down the cost, because I think there's some good potential there to find you know, sources of funding, and this position hopefully will help do that. So I think it's a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Davinsky.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and through you to Kristen. Kristen, do you sense that such a contract position will be easy to fill?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. You know what? I can't guarantee what that is. I think that the description that I've provided tonight, you know, there could be a retired recreation field employee that's looking to come back on a 2-year contract per se. There could be perhaps an existing employee or local employee, local person that's looking for a challenge. I think finding somebody with that fundraising and sponsorship background is what is really key for this position. I'll just also mention that we do have a project manager, which will be responsible for a lot of the construction and the site visits and working with our prime consultant in the construction management firm. This position would work in tandem with that position, and I'll say more responsible for those softer elements of the project that we require assistance with.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Councilor Carr.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I can support this one. $116,000 again. I do understand that it's a big project, and I do understand that it does need a lot of push and make sure that we stay on the timeline with it. But I guess first question is, where did we come up with the pay grade? You know, that's so just even before we put a shovel in the ground or agree on plans here, you know, we're almost into $1.6 million. I know we have full intents to go ahead with this project. We still have to figure out the funding and the final dollar amount. And not that I ever see it going to the shelf with this project, but I mean, potentially that could have us signing up for 1.6 worth of debt before we even say okay to plans. I guess if nothing else, I don't know if a deferral on this position would be okay if we put it off till we actually have a construction contract in place. I mean, this isn't my field either. We do have to rely on the town staff, and I do understand, like I said, there is a lot of work that has to be done here. I don't know if I'd agree with the comment that the vice deputy made that, you know, some of the other project managers have saved us money. I'd like to see that. But I had to say that at that, you know, that's $226,000 over 2 years, just for another position to see. I don't know. I just had to speak up and say something on that one tonight, that I do have a hard time. I do understand that it is a lot of work and that we do need somebody overseeing it, but we do have a manager doing that. And then we're going to have a coordinator. And then we've got the other contract company that we were into for 1.4 million. Like we just, I just had to say that.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I think it's important to remember that in 2023, council and the municipality is going to embark on a series of large scale construction projects in the magnitude the municipality has really never undertaken before. The second phase of Lamont Sports Park, the Aquatics and Wellness Center, the Innovation Park. Not to mention management that's going to have to be required to oversee the construction of Cedar Crescent Village. You know, in terms of making sure that the lease that we have signed is adhered to, and we follow along with that. So, you know, there's going to be a lot going on, and then we're going to have more staff to handle all of that workload, particularly on those first 3 items. So I think, so we have some project management staff in place, and I think building out that team to make sure we execute those capital projects that we're undertaking well is it's something you have to do one way or the other. We did it with the police station when in that case we contracted the work to an outside firm, and the project came in on time and under budget. So I think that if you don't do that, then you can have slippage. You know, we have to manage these projects well. So I think, and I also would, to your note about the idea of deferring, I think what we're doing here essentially is approving the funding window, but staff will hire the employee when necessary, and not before. So I think council can give some direction, authorize the funding, and staff will proceed with the hire at an appropriate time. So I support the recommendation. And are there further comments? No. All right. So you've heard the resolution. It's been moved and seconded. So I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's carried. Okay. So now we're on to item 4, a staff report on the municipal alcohol policy revision. And I'll start with the resolution. There is a resolution that council approved the revised Town of Saugeen Shores municipal alcohol policy. Is there a mover and seconder for that resolution? Moved by Smith, seconded by Jakes. You want to speak to it, the director?
I'm more than happy to, or I can take questions.
Sure. Okay. Well, are
Yep.
there questions? Councilor Grace, and then the vice deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kristen, I've just got a question about if you could explain once the CCV is constructed and operating, would that be on this list because it's a facility that's built on our land, or maybe you could explain that for us, please.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And through you, Mr. Mayor, is CCV would be treated similar to the Port Elgin Curling Club, for example, where the building is not owned by the municipality, but the land is. So in our municipal alcohol policy, you don't see the Port Elgin Curling Club listed. They have a liquor license and they manage that accordingly. If we look at the Southampton Curling Club, we own that facility. It's on town land, but we ensure that it's included in our policy because we own the building.
Vice Deputy
No,
Mayor.
just a comment, Mr. Mayor, you know, the Lamont Sports Park and the Wellness Center and the alcohol policy and you're balancing a lot of things right now, and it's been extremely busy. I just wanted to thank you for this report. It's 10 years ago that policy was updated. I think you've done a fabulous job with updating this alcohol policy. It's a lot of good stuff in here. And I went through with a fine tooth comb when I read it, and I don't think you've missed anything that I can see. And I just want to thank you for the great work you're doing. I know it's extremely busy times, and you're doing a fabulous job. Thanks.
Thank you for that. And I'll just mention Lisa Billing, Colleen Dostile, and Corby Leach really put a lot of heavy lifting into this policy. So I'll pass that along to them.
Okay, thank you. Are there further comments? Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, thank you, Kristen, for this report. Really good. I just have one question when it comes to the outdoor areas, then just to follow up on Councillor Grace's question there. So what do you mean by the Port Elgin Beach? When you list Port Elgin Beach, but you don't list the Southampton Beach. I'm just curious what the distinction difference is there and what kind of area you'd be asking for. Is that, referring, I'll use the volleyball club down there, do their year end. Is that kind of more in the line of what that is encompassing then?
Yes, thank you for the question. And through you, you're absolutely right, Councillor Carr, is that we wanted to ensure that we captured those areas where we're having annual programs that are occurring, and then we don't have to revise the policy.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, and through you, Mr. Mayor, one more question just to follow up. So just to be clear with that, that would just be an events thing on the beach. It's not saying that you can just have a beer on the beach is the way I would read that we'd be clear.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Thank you.
Oh. We're losing battery, are we? Gone on too long. Yeah. All right. Do we need a break here? Or are we having a? We're just for anyone who may be watching, we're suffering a slight technical issue, but we'll be back with you in a second. Okay, I think we've got it back together here. So is there any other comments? I think Councillor Myatt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thanks, Kristen, for this. I take it just because the Rotary Hall is a potential licensee, we're not going to have liquor sales at the all candidates meeting this week?
Thank you for the question. Not unless a special event permit and a liquor license is posted.
I'll get to work on that. Thanks.
Okay. Anything else? I think it's a good revision and it's something we've been waiting for. And so I appreciate your work on it. Director Schreider. Okay, so with that, you've heard the recommendations, been moved and seconded. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, now we're on to staff report number 5, the North Shore Trail Rehabilitation Contract Extension. And there is a resolution that JAAR Excavating Limited be awarded the contract for the North Shore Bay Trail project in the amount of $406,906.50 plus applicable HST. That staff be directed to request that JAAR Excavating Limited provide a quote to rehabilitate other portions of the North Shore Trail and award the contract if within the existing budget, and that staff be directed to request an extension to the CCRF grant to allow restoration work along North Shore Trail in 2023. Is there a mover and seconder? Smith, Carr. Any comments? Yeah, the CAO, you'll make comment.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just note in the first part of the recommendation, it should be stated that it's awarded the contract for the Miramichi Bay Trail Park project. There's a typo there.
Yeah, North Shore Bay is not a thing, is it? I read that and didn't even think about it. Miramichi Bay. Okay, sorry, thank you for that. So Mark, did you have any comments do you want to make before we entertain any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In consideration of the time, I'm happy to take questions on the report.
Sure, so we'll get the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mark, is the company that we're awarding this to the same company that's doing the restoration along the shoreline?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct, yes.
I just want to say they're doing a fantastic job. I was down there today meeting with a concerned member about the stones that were there and what they're doing. It looks fantastic. The black capstones that are along the roadway are symmetrical, safe. It's a great project. I look forward to seeing it completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Mark, I guess. Mark, just, is this the completion of the rail trail, or sorry, of the shore trail after this? Do we have more that has to be done, or will this will complete the final repairs on the damaged part of it? Like or Shore Park right through to Southampton?
Thanks for the question through you, Mr. Mayor. The work that's covered by the recommendations in the report would provide the ability to look at some restoration in North Shore Park, as well as some of the adjacent land north of where the project is that Deputy Mayor was referring to. The direct contract award under recommendation number 1 is about 2 project areas alongside Horseshoe Bay and Miramichi Bay. If we get all that done, to your question, there will still be more sections that would require work. And we're going to be looking at forming those as part of our 2023 budget considerations for council.
Okay.
Vice Deputy Mayor.
Just Mark, through you, Mr. Mayor, Mark, just to verify, clarify, I think I'm reading the report right, but no other funds required out of future capital reserve or any other funds. This is all through grants, Mark, all under budget. As a result, we're able to do more footage. Is that the case? Is all through grants?
That's right. The work that's contemplated here in this report is through grants. You'll see on the table, there's also 200,000 in taxation that was budgeted already. But the work that's coming in, the bids we're getting are below those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there further comments? It's a very expensive project, but it's a project that's an important project and a piece of trail that is pretty precious. And so it's good that we're able to proceed with more of it than anticipated during the budget. And I'm glad to see this report. It's a good news report. Do you have another comment you wanted to make there, Marcus?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on the observation about the stone that the Deputy Mayor made, and wanted to provide credit for sourcing that stone to our engineering technologist, Ryan Arrington, who was a big part of that material getting there.
Yeah, the Deputy Mayor.
Sure, through you, Mark. One of the questions a couple of the residents down there asked me, is that granite as well, the black stone that we're using up front, or could you tell me what kind of stone it is?
I believe it is, but I don't have that detail to be certain, but I can follow up.
If you find that out, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you've heard the recommendation. It's moved and seconded. If there's nothing further, then I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. All right, so now we'll go on to staff report number 6, roundabout study and tender funding. There's a recommendation the council approve the use of up to $139,500 from the development charges reserve to fund a roundabout study for the McNabb Street at Railway Street intersection, and to prepare the tender documents for the Goddard Street at concession 6, First Road 25 intersection. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Smith, seconded by Grace. Questions or comments? The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, this is another example of the province telling us how to interact on our roadways. I believe at County Road 6 and 25 is a great spot for a roundabout. However, the access at Railway Street and McNabb is not a roundabout spot. Traffic is too dense with Southampton Landing there. It's 4 lanes, 3 to 4 lanes there, and pedestrian at crossing is very heavy and it won't work. I know we already have the infrastructure in there for stoplights. We could save a whole lot of money when it comes time to do this by just setting in a set of stoplights, which will help regulate traffic coming through town. We make it like Devonshire Road is pedestrian activated, car activated. I think that's a better result, and that's what a lot of the residents in town are asking for. I remember we were asking for a left turn lane at Ivings Drive for 4 years, and the province kept telling us, no. They do their counts at the wrong time, so they're not getting accurate measurements. And I know the director has his thoughts on this as well, and we've discussed this, but I do believe McNabb Street requires stoplights. So I'd like to see the report as it comes back, but I do believe stoplights are the better idea for McNabb Street in Southampton.
Director, you have any comments on that?
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor. The main thing I would offer would just to affirm that the report that's in front of council is mainly about changing the funding source for major initiatives that were identified in the 2022 business plan and budget, as opposed to a reconsideration of the overall concept. That said, it's certainly within the potential scope of the work to ensure that a very close look is given to the option of lights as part of this work, unless council wants to be providing direction in a completely sort of change the concept altogether that's in the business plan and in the transportation master plan to do a larger rethink of the direction.
Councilor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just Mark, continuing on with the questions raised by the deputy mayor. So the McNabb traffic control evaluation report that you refer to, that this would be funding. Would that repeat or do a new warrant analysis for the need for signals that was done in 2018 at the time of the transportation master plan?
Thanks for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that work was done in 2019. This report, the scope of this report wouldn't be a complete and entire redo of the warrant analysis. I think the main difference would be that the scope of this wouldn't be planned to include field traffic counts. There were field traffic counts done in 2019 by the town's consultants. The kinds of things that this would look into would be looking at feasibility of options, how much and what property needs to be incorporated into the intersection to accommodate a roundabout, cost of benefit analysis, and that would include safety. There would be scope to include updates on collision data and scope to update the forecast model. And then it would get into, depending on the selected option, preliminary geometric designs, looking at utility locations and those kinds of requirements, which would then be used as the basis for further approvals and more detailed design with the province. So I wouldn't characterize it as a complete redo of all that work because it wouldn't entail the field work. We will, if given direction to proceed, we would want to get at this work pretty soon, and this wouldn't be the right time of year to be doing the traffic counts in the field.
So I guess my larger question, if I remember correctly, the warrant analysis results for that intersection were 71%, and that the province requires at least 120% in order to okay a signalized intersection. And so with that, you know, to me, I don't know. I mean, 2019 is a long time ago. Well, 3 years ago. But even if we were able to do a warrant analysis, would we be likely to hit that 120% threshold? And so do we really have any option with the province? I mean, my understanding is the province has the bottom line power to say you can't have a signalized intersection there. Is that your understanding?
That is along the lines of the discussions I've been having with the consultant who prepared our master plan, that it would be unlikely that an update would trigger a very different and higher warrant. The warrant's based on, a lot of it's based on forecasted based on future development. And I think the town had a pretty good handle on the future developments that were coming on stream in 2019. Obviously, we would update that and refine that, but I think the long range picture is not expected to change a great deal. However, the scope of the work could be made to be clear that we're not eliminating that as an option in case the data is showing something different. But that's your narrative, Councillor Grace, is very similar to the consultant that I've been speaking with on this.
Thanks. My biggest concern with a roundabout is the difficulty, I think, in terms of pedestrian access. And because the rail trail is right there on the west side, it's something that, people frequently, either that or you see kids with their bikes trying to cross so that they can go to school. That's a big concern. And I guess, would this study include any public consultation? Because I know the transportation master plan lays out I think a format that's required when a roundabout is being seriously considered.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. The scope could include public input. They don't normally get into public input. These are normally fairly narrow technical exercises, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that.
So I think we don't, all we're really looking at, as the director pointed out here, is we're not reconsidering the project. We already approved the project to proceed in 2022 as part of the budget. We're just talking about whether we want to pay for it as opposed to having the province pay for it through the Connecting Links fund. So I think, council's debated this and approved it to proceed. And, I don't think we need to revisit it necessarily. Save and accept for the funding. And if you're comfortable with the funding proposed, then that's the debate. And I guess, so there's that one. And I guess that's where I'm going on the other one, concession 6 and Bruce Road 25. I have some difficulty with this one because what we're talking about is the intersection of Highway 21 and a county road. And we're the ones, the town of Saugeen Shores is the one that's going to pony up all the money now. Before, when it was Connecting Links, at least it was going to be provincial money going to do it. But now, for some reason, the town is going to be the full funder of fixing an intersection that doesn't belong to us in any way, apart from our agreement with the province under Connecting Links. So I'd be content to proceed with the Connecting Links approach, but I'm not super happy about using a bunch of our money to fund that project. So my Connecting Links, the window for Connecting Links applications is open again now, up till November 14th, I think, or something like that, mid-November. And we could reapply on that one. Alternatively, we should go, at minimum, we should go to the county and ask them to help to fund that project, since it is the intersection of the county road. So I think I would rather not proceed with contributing with this contribution arrangement for Goddard Street and Bruce Road 25. My preference would be to either reapply, go to the county, or both before we do that, and perhaps revisit it as part of the 2023 budget. I don't know if others have whatever others think of that. Deputy Mayor.
I agree with that. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you. I agree with that. One of the easiest ways to fix that intersection is put a left-hand turn lane. You've got a left-hand turn lane coming into town coming up from the lake. The biggest concern I hear about that corner is that there's no left-hand turn lane to go south on Highway 21. It's an easy fix. But yes, let's ask the county for money.
Further comments? Vice Deputy Mayor.
I just go along and I support what you're saying. I think that there needs to be a reapplication and a request sent off to the county. So I support what you're saying, Mr. Mayor.
Does anybody disagree with me? Thank God. I don't think I could. I don't think I have the energy to argue with you. Is how can we structure this resolution, Mark, to give you direction on McNabb Street and not on concession 6 and First Road 25. Any thoughts on that?
I think the clerk may have a better idea than me, but I'll get us started. I would think that this recommendation would probably cleanest to defeat this recommendation and introduce a new one that says council approve the use of up to $45,000 from the development charges reserve to fund a roundabout study for the McNabb Street at Railway Street intersection, full stop. Maybe that's not that difficult of a change. I'll defer to the clerk on the mechanics.
How about I reread this and see what everybody thinks? The council approved the use of up to $45,000 from the development charges reserve to fund a roundabout study for the McNabb Street at Railway Street intersection. Does that work? Is that okay with Smith and Grace? And that the clerk, and just before I go to you, Deputy Mayor, Mark and the clerk, you guys are okay with that wording? That works?
I think you're considering making a friendly amendment to the recommendation that's there.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and the wording is okay for you, Mark? It's read there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Okay, the Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mark, a couple questions here. The roundabout, would it be a 1 lane or a 2 lane?
The detailed configuration would be one of the outcomes of the study. How it's described in the transportation master plan at the moment is it would be 2 lanes of Highway 21 and 1 lane of the cross traffic.
Okay, because there is a slight problem because that is a connecting link between the towns. When the county plows, it'll only plow one of those lanes. That means we're going to have one of our plows out every time that goes through there to make sure that the intersections are clear. Second, with a roundabout right there, that is where the road closure sign goes up. When we have the roads closed due to inclement weather, you have to have space for the trucks to be able to turn around once it gets through there. That's another issue. And again, the third one is, and you mentioned this earlier about, and Councilor Grace asked this, was the time period that the study was done. Was the time period that this was done, that they got the count, the proper time that it should be done, or was it done on ministry time?
My understanding is that our consultants, sorry, through you, Mayor, my understanding is that the town's consultants who did that work would have been following provincial guidelines and best practices for those kinds of studies.
Because most of the traffic studies are done prior to the peak times when they're supposed to be done. So I question the validity of it and the data going back 3 years. So, thank you.
Okay, so there is a recommendation or resolution. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any further discussions? Everyone's clear on the resolution? Okay, so all in favor? And opposed? That's carried. Okay, so now we are on to, actually, how's everybody doing? Anybody want a break at this point? You guys? No, you're all right. All right, we'll carry on then. All right. So we'll carry on then to staff report number 7, enhanced mental health benefits. And so there is a resolution. The council approved the pre-budget request to add an annual cost of $13,000 to the town's group policy benefits to support the addition of a separate annual maximum for mental health practitioners at $1,800 per calendar year for active town employee groups. Mover and seconder, Smith, Jakes. And sorry. Oh, she came up. I was trying to figure out who had the report, but I should have just looked at my screen. We have the manager of human resources. Any comments to this, Janice?
I think the report's pretty self-explanatory. I'll just recap that last year when we got the results of our employee engagement survey, well-being scored at an overall 46, which was a point of concern. You may recall that we brought Workwell in for a brief overview of the fact that that score was being identified in other surveys across the board. It wasn't unique to our organization, but it did highlight the need to target some enhanced coverage to ensure that our employees have access to those mental health supports that help to keep them well. So that drove us to do some investigation with what the cost would be to add this enhanced coverage for our staff. And this was the costing that we got, and we would look to make the enhancements effective the start of January of 2023.
Okay, thank you. So we got some questions. We got Councillor Smith and then Councillor Mayat.
Just a comment through you, Mr. Mayor. Yesterday, as was mentioned earlier, was World Mental Health Day. And I also spoke about the impacts that COVID-19 has had on all individuals. And I'm sure, no doubt, our staff is not immune to that. And I'm hopeful that this program will help support them in whatever way possible. And I am fully supportive of this initiative.
Thank you, Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the Human Resources Director, Janice, would this cover or extend to the police as well?
No, thanks for the question through you, Mayor. The coverage addresses the town staff specific. The police are in separate groups and they've negotiated their benefits.
Right, and they do have some special provisions for their special conditions. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, further questions or comments? Councillor Jakes.
We did ask at the last meeting, this was a discussion that we did have about adding more benefits regarding mental health. So I'm glad to see that it's come up and it's been worked on through our Human Resources Department before, but now at council's request, it's here. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Further comments? I don't see any. And so thank you, Janice, for bringing this forward. I think it's a positive initiative. So if there's nothing further, we'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay, then we're now on to the final staff report here, an encroachment agreement with Howe at 114 Shipley Avenue, and there is a resolution. The council directs staff to continue discussions with the owners of 114 Shipley Avenue to reduce the impact and refine the landscape plan for the proposed encroachment agreement. Is there a mover and seconder? Right. Smith? I didn't see your hand, but I would call it Smith. Grace? Nobody even puts their hands up anymore. Okay, so I see the director there. Comments to this.
Thank you, and through you, and this is my last report for the night, so this is the last that you'll hear from me. The former owner of 114 Shipley Avenue had an encroachment agreement with the town of Saugeen Shores, formerly the township of, or the Saugeen Township. The property sold, and the new owners have requested an encroachment agreement with an improved landscape plan. The owner is requesting to allow the existing works to be replaced with new structures using the footprint of the existing foundation. Discussions have been ongoing with the owners, the general contractor, their coastal engineer, and Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority regarding the possibility of replacing the existing retaining wall and amenity space that encroaches onto the town's property. The proposed landscape plan includes approximately 708 square meters of municipally owned land that would be included in the encroachment agreement. The town's legal representative cautioned that the existing retaining wall, which was included in the previous encroachment agreement, that this plan proposes to replace, extends beyond the town's shore road allowance onto federal land. The proposed landscape plan for the new encroachment agreement does not rectify this issue. The town's encroachment policy encourages encroachments to be removed from public property to ensure public lands can be used and maintained for public purposes. However, the policy also recognizes that there are situations where existing encroachments could be permitted through an encroachment agreement. Staff met on site in June to review the request for the encroachment agreement. The following is a summary of positive comments and concerns relating to the proposed landscape plan. The pros include Committee of Adjustments condition to require that the encroachment on the shore road allowance be addressed to the town's satisfaction, gave the town this opportunity to work with the landowner and SVCA to create a landscape area that attempts to find an appropriate balance with the existing wall and the ideal natural beach environment. Key elements of the previous encroachment, such as the 7-foot-high retaining wall, staircase, and imported fill, are proposed to be removed in favor of a terrace rock base feature. The existing retaining wall has artificially manipulated the shoreline and original dune complex and has a high negative environmental impact. The natural dynamic beach has been completely removed by the existing retaining wall. The new proposal made a considerable effort to renaturalize the shoreline and return it to somewhat its original condition. The stepped armored stone with beach vegetation mimics the original shoreline quite well, and it appears to follow the original contours. The armored stone stabilizes the slope and will reduce erosion during future high water events, and aesthetically attractive and is far superior to the existing wood retaining wall. Concerns of the proposal include currently there are no conflicts with existing water or sewer in the area. Future sanitary servicing concept would be to install a force main along the beach right of way from the new pump station near the washroom building to the Harbor Street pump station. This encroachment agreement would impact that ability. The agreement should be written in such a way that the town can install the sewer main when it eventually moves forward. This agreement has the potential to set a precedent that could have a negative impact along the remaining shorelines and Saugeen shores. There is a need to ensure that the new design footprint does not encroach any further towards the water edge onto federal land, and that the existing natural vegetation on the beach is retained. And this includes protecting the lands during construction as well. So we've been in conversation with the owners, Aaron and Stephen, and they are looking forward to advancing this agreement with the town. They are committed to tree preservation and retaining the natural vegetation. The file has taken longer to advance, but staff are committed to continuing conversations with the owners and their representation to revise the landscape plan that will address the following concerns. Reduce the area of the proposed encroachment to ensure that there is no disruption of lands beyond the shore road allowance. Reduce the area of the proposed encroachment to ensure the existing well-established vegetation remains and no plantings occur beyond the shore road allowance, and also to reduce the area of the proposed encroachment so it does not interfere with future capital infrastructure projects, or that an appropriate clause is included in the agreement to address this known limitation. The owners, their general contractor, and coastal engineer have provided information in advance of this report, but staff will request further revisions to the landscape plan to address the concerns outlined in this report. Staff support entering into an encroachment agreement with the owners of 114 Shipley Avenue and are confident that a revised landscape plan can be developed that's in the best interest of the property owners, the public, and the town of Saugeen Shores. So the recommendation tonight is that council direct staff to continue discussions with the owners of 114 Shipley Avenue to reduce the impact and refine the landscape plan for the proposed encroachment agreement. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, so are there questions or comments on this one, the Vice Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I guess my question was, Mr. Mayor, like this is going on 6-7 months now, I believe, this file, and I can appreciate the frustration in the members of the public when it comes to the SVCA and other agencies that take this amount of time to resolve a file like this. And this has been a complicated one, obviously, and staff are busy. But is it because the owners have just dug their heels in and we don't want to see further encroachments onto the Old Shore Road allowance, and is this something we're close to getting rectified? It's 6-7 months is a long period of time, and I know it hasn't been an easy file, but can we bring this to a resolution sooner than later?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Absolutely. And I think that the owners of the property and my conversations with them leading up to last week, we both want to see a resolution. We both feel that we can get there. There does require to be some refinement in order for us to bring it forward, just to ensure those last 3 points that I had made with regards to the encroachment agreement.
So we're pretty close, eh? It shouldn't be too much longer.
Okay. Are there further comments? Yeah, I think the Vice Deputy Mayor is right. It has been a long delay. I think that's I don't think it's a reflection on the director or her work. I think we've just had some staff turnover here and some issues occur that has unfortunately caused this particular application to be delayed longer than we would have liked it to have been. But I think what we owe the property owner in this case is just clarity, right? I mean, we need to identify clearly what the expectations are to get to an encroachment agreement here. And I understand it's laid out in the report, these 3 points. And I just want to clarify in no uncertain terms with you, Director Schreider, that these are the 3 points that need to be resolved. We resolve these 3 points. and staff comes back with a recommendation to approve an encroachment agreement. Is that, am I understanding that right?
Thank you for the question. And yes, I think that if we can come up with a site plan that that takes care of those three areas that we're concerned with, staff will feel comfortable bringing forward an encroachment agreement.
Well, that's good. And I think that'll be comfort, a level of comfort to the property owner, so they know what they're facing here. And I would just say more broadly that these encroachments, we need to, I think, revisit our policy to encroach on encroachments in this case in the broader context, because we're talking about a piece of land here that is really not accessible to the public and would never have been accessible to the public up on a bluff out of the way. Perhaps the better use for some of these for some of these pieces of land along the shoreline is in fact to lease them to the neighboring property owner and generate revenue from them, which we can then use for beach enhancement and beach improvement. In this case, I think we should get a good assessment, figure out the fair market value of this property and charge it, and then take those revenues and use them to work on the beaches. I think frankly, that's a thing that the property owner would support and that would serve all the public. And we should be looking at those opportunities up and down the shoreline where encroachments may be appropriate and can be accommodated. So I think a relook at our encroachment policy, particularly on the shoreline, may be worth having and having that conversation going forward. Anyway, that's just a bit of editorial beyond the matter at hand. So if there's nothing further, it is moved and seconded, and I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay. So now we're on to bylaws, and there are 9 bylaws there for your consideration. Does anyone wish to have any of the bylaws considered individually? Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, I'd like to have bylaw 87-2022 pulled to be voted on separately, and I'd ask for a recorded vote on that one, please.
Okay, are there other requests to consider other bylaws individually? I don't see any. All right, so we'll do the so is there well, hold on, I'll read the main list here first without 8722. We'll do that first and we'll come back to 8722. Yeah. Oh yeah, what time is it? 10:58. Well, we better pass. So I have a resolution that pursuant to section 28.6 of the Saugeen Shores Procedural Bylaw 63/2015, the regular meeting of council be extended beyond 11 p.m. Is there a mover and seconder? Smith and the Vice Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, so now back to this. So I have a resolution that the following bylaws are hereby read a first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 11th day of October 2022. 1, 86/2022 being a bylaw to appoint Aird and Burles LLP as the Integrity Commissioner for the town of Saugeen Shores. 3, 88/2022 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 63/2015 being the bylaw to govern the calling, place, and proceedings of meetings of the corporation of the town of Saugeen Shores. 4, 89/2022 being a bylaw to authorize a pre-servicing agreement with Snyder Development Corporation Incorporated for the Woodland subdivision. 5, 90/2022 being a bylaw to authorize a road construction agreement with Dennison Homes for a portion of Grosvenor Street South, town of Saugeen Shores. 6, 91/2022 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 75/2006 being the comprehensive zoning bylaw for the town of Saugeen Shores by Natalie Walker for Saugeen Concession 13. Part lot 13, reference plan 3R7204, part 1, Township of Saugeen, Town of Saugeen Shores. 7, 92/2022 being a bylaw to authorize an agreement with His Majesty the King and Right of Ontario is represented by the Minister responsible for Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. And 993, well, so I'll have to come back because I can't confirm the proceedings just yet. So we're doing 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is there a mover and seconder for the whole list? Smith. Anybody else, or she can't do both? Chris, Smith, and Grace. Okay, so you've heard the resolution on those 7 items. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, so then we'll move on to the next resolution that the following bylaw is hereby read a first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 11th day of October 2022. 2, 87/2022 being a bylaw to confirm the declaring of surplus and to authorize the 50-year lease agreement with 2706913 Ontario Incorporated for the lands legally described as part of Harbor Block 2, part lot 259 being part of parts 1 and 2, 3R 5388, Saugeen Shores being part of PIN 332690097, and part of the accredited lands in front of lots 40 and 41, Lake Range, formerly in the township of Saugeen, being part of part 1, 3R 5376, Saugeen Shores being part of PIN 332690100, and to be identified as part or parts on a registered reference plan. A recorded vote has been called. Is there any questions or comments? Councilor Grace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question for the CAO about the use of the word. Well, I guess I'll just ask this. This is a hypothetical question. If someone 10, 20, 30 years from now tried to buy this land based on the definition or the use of the word surplus land, what protections do we have against that happening?
That's a tough question through you, Mr. Mayor. It's a tough question to answer because you're asking me a crystal ball of 30 years in the future where I don't know the legislation or what framework that council at that time would be making decisions under. What I can say is that this council is retaining ownership of the land. So there is no divestiture of the land with this. We retain the ownership of the land. This declaration of surplus is done in order to register the lease agreement on the property. And so it will be up to that future council in 30 years to review the lease arrangement because it will still be in force and effect, and the legal framework that exists at that time should they wish to do something different with the property.
I can answer the question more succinctly, I think, not to, don't intend as a criticism, but the protection is this council. And the fact that and the people who it answers to. Only council can sell the land. And council's leased this piece of property consistently for the last 100 years and has never sold it. It's been in the hands of several different commercial property operators, and it's never been sold. Council would have to sell it, and no council, I certainly won't ever put up my hand to sell it, and I'm pretty sure none of you would either. It remains publicly owned. It's going to remain publicly owned. This is a procedural administrative step intended to ensure that we comply with our bylaws, and that's all it is. And I know lots of people out there would like to say it's something else, but they're wrong. So a recorded vote has been called, so we'll call the question.
I'll call for the vote alphabetically and ending with the mayor. Councillor Carr,
No.
Councillor Davinsky,
Yes.
Councillor Grace,
Yes.
Councillor Jakes,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Matheson,
Yes.
Vice Deputy Mayor Myatt,
Yes.
Councillor Myatt,
Yes.
and Councillor Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Charbonneau.
Yes. That motion's carried.
Carried.
Okay, so now we're on to the final resolution that the following bylaw is hereby read a first, second, and third time, finally passed and sealed this day, this 11th day of October 2022, 9/93/2022, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meetings of the corporation of the town of Saugeen Shores. All in favor? That's carried. Whoops. That completes that. So one final resolution that this regular council meeting of October 11th, 2022 hereby adjourns at 11:05 PM. Is there a mover and seconder? I don't know, I guess. Smith and Carr. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.